mic was not on. So, hello, my friends. Time for the next little stream of mine. Faisal Milenkovic, for those who don't know, I'm a marketing agency owner. I've been in business development and marketing for like more than 15 years at this point. Yeah, wow. Wow, been quite a long time. Long time of that in NGO and NPO, charity sector. So I'm used to have to squeeze out every little cent to make stuff work because the resources are always not enough. Manpower, time, money, whatever. So I learned how to be very efficient. With my agency now, I work mostly for SMBs, just so you know what I'm talking about. I've council member in a few groups in the economic chamber, as expert groups. I won national awards, international awards for my work already. So I know a bit about what I'm talking about. I do go through news almost every day, not every time live on the stream, but I go through all kinds of news articles, stuff in the marketing branch, be it just trends, basic tutorial pages, scientific papers, research studies, and so on, just to keep myself always, well, no, to keep up to date and everything. Because sometimes you overlook something, you might get tunnel vision on some topics, and I don't want to do that. I want to be on point, and I thought that it might be a nice, interesting idea for a while to test this and go live and stream it while I read those articles to share my experience, my opinion, and additional information and deep dives into the whole thing. Um, you guys don't see the chat. I see the chat. You can post any questions that you have, anything you're curious about, leave it in the chat. I will go make a deep dive about it. For those who are curious about my other stuff, you can look at the clips that I clip out on Twitch or usually on YouTube. More of my stuff. And with that, I think I'm going to jump right directly into it, in all honesty. Yep. One thing, let me get my glass of water. I'm from Austria, Vienna. I am in the capital Vienna, in the country Austria, in the middle of Europe. Just so you know about my accent, who I am, what I do, and so on. With that, I'll be jumping right over. Stay hydrated, water. This is my mug. It says Glückspilz. It's a German word. Lucky mushroom, because I like being lucky. So, and with that, we're gonna jump right into it. There we go. So, well, this is the research paper about how people use ChatGPT. That's going to be a deep dive for another stream. As usual, I don't read the papers beforehand. I just check the header, think about if it is an interesting topic or not, and then I just read it live with you guys. That's how I do it. So I don't know which article is good or not. Sorry. And we'll jump right into it with this first one. Let me make the text a bit bigger. Written by Will Guevara. Sorry if I butchered the name. It's a bit. I don't like how this design of the page is. Yeah, don't like that. Wait, let me put my pretty face on the other side of the monitor, of the screen, and then it works better. So, Will Guevara, with the article, does this? Right, I should record. So that we're recording. Does LLM traffic convert better than organic? A new data-backed study. Curious about it? Article was written on September 3rd. Nice. Will Guevara is a senior SEO strategist from MSIF, not sure. With the rise of large language models, LLMs, and AI chatbots, there have been a lot of claims about how these platforms accelerate the customer journey and essentially replace traditional search engines. Many people in the industry suggest that traffic from LLM referrals is more qualified and converts at a higher rate than traditional search. I have mostly aligned with this thinking, but I wanted to test this and conduct an in-depth analysis using our first-party data to see if it would support the idea. Okay, interesting. I like that. For those of you who don't know what it is about and why an LLM should have more qualified leads, more qualified customers, visitors to your websites, and why it's supposed to convert higher. The idea is, or so it goes in the industry, the idea is that you say, okay, for example, I'm a marketing, I'm a little business owner, I've got a small business, and I type into Google usually, what is influencer marketing, as an example. Just a few years back, I would have gotten a few pages of different agencies now that all explain what is influencer marketing and so on. My intention to buy is still low. I just want to inform myself. Well, some people might jump right into, okay, let's get a sales call. Let's get a first appointment, a free discussion, a free something. Nowadays, if you ask something like that into the machine, you get an AI overview in like Google or Bing or something, or you ask Perplexity, ChatGPT, Gemini, all of these LLMs directly, and they just give you the answer. You never visit a page of a company, which means when I look into stuff like, hey, I want a best agency influencer marketing offer for my SMB with 10 people, and the LLM says, okay, here is company A, B, and C, and here are the links, that it's way more likely that you're going to click there because right now you want to buy, you want to order something, you want to have that service done, and so the quality of the lead, of the click is much higher. That's the theory behind it. We don't jump to anything. Research question, testing the conversion rate of LLM traffic versus organic search. There are many ways that we could analyze this and various different metrics to look at, but I tried to narrow it down to one question that would give us the biggest insight and comparison. Does LLM traffic have a higher conversion rate? Good question. By identifying whether LLM traffic converts at a higher rate systematically, I believe this would help us determine the long-term impact and contributions we can expect. The goal is to provide an evidence-based analysis of conversion performance, moving beyond assumptions to measure how LLM traffic actually compares to organic. Yeah. Methodology and data challenges. The research began with a broad sample of websites across multiple industries. However, not every site made sense to include for a meaningful comparison. To ensure consistency and reliable results, strict criteria were applied when defining the final dataset. The goal was to focus only on sites with measurable business-driven conversions. Okay, selection criteria, macro conversions. Only websites with measurable business-driven conversions were included. For B2B sites, this included demo requests or form submissions. For e-commerce sites, the equivalent was purchases. Okay? Sites with clear macro conversions, e.g. publishers focused only on engagement metrics, were excluded as they do not represent a direct business outcome. Interesting. Okay, I understand. Okay. Conversion tracking validation. Event and conversion tracking had to be accurate and functional. Each site's conversion event were manually audited and validated to confirm setup integrity and reporting accuracy. Okay. Final sample size. After applying these criteria, the sample was refined to 54 websites that met the defined requirements. All metrics were collected from GA4, covering the most recent 6 months of data for each site. That's a small sample, in my opinion. Better than nothing for just to get a bit of a view, but it's really not that much data. Conversion rates were calculated on a session basis rather than a user basis to keep results consistent across both B2B and B2C sites. Session-based measurement is the industry standard and avoids skewed results for e-commerce sites where multiple conversions per user are common. Challenges. Even after narrowing the dataset, several challenges remained. conversion events varied widely across sites, making direct comparisons more complex than simply lining up numbers. Obviously, event names are different for each website, which makes it difficult to do this at scale. This meant going through each site one by one to not only validate the events, but also identify and map each event name to comparable business conversion. This manual effort was time-intensive but necessary to ensure the analysis was based on accurate and comparable measures of conversion. Okay. Statistical methods. To ensure the analysis was rigorous and not based on simple averages alone, several statistical methods were applied. The focus was on tests that confirmed whether observed differences were consistent and meaningful across the dataset. Okay, how? Site level differences between organic and LLM conversion rates, averages versus medians to account for skewed distributions. Okay. Let me adapt my little window. So, there you go. Just so you see a bit more of my hand. Yeah. Averages versus medians to account for skewed distributions, but variability measured through standard deviation, SD, and interquartile range, IQR. Paired t-tests for organic versus LLM comparisons within sites. Welch's test, Welch or Welch's test for group comparisons, e.g. B2B versus B2C. These methods provided multiple checkpoints for reliability and set the foundation for the results presented in the following sections. Results. When looking at averages across all sites, organic traffic converted at 4.6%, while LLM referrals converted at 4.87%. At first glance, this suggested a modest advantage for LLM traffic. It's not such a big difference. I'm quite surprised. However, averages alone can be misleading. To validate whether the difference was consistent across sites, we calculated the mean site level difference, LLM organic, which came out to plus 0.27 percentage points, pp. The median difference was even smaller, it's plus 0.09 pp, with variability measured at 7.53% SD and 1.78 at IQR. A paired t-test confirmed that the difference was not statistically significant, p 0.794. Okay, table 1 conversion rates, organic versus LLM. Metric session based conversion rate, median, mean, standard deviation, interquartile range, paired t-test. You can see the results here on the page. Hit the pause button, but really not that much. Really not that much. These results show that LLM traffic did not convert significantly different from organic. Both channels converted at a similar rate, and the apparent uplift in the averages was not consistent enough across sites to be considered meaningful. At the global level, this suggests that LLM referrals are not yet behaving differently from organic search traffic in terms of conversion efficiency. Okay, here I think what has not been stated at all yet is, what do we compare? What kind of search queries are we going for? Like, big difference in the example from the beginning at first. Like, what are they looking for? Best agency, best shop, best in city X for me, or like best tool to do X online, or is it what is influencer marketing? Or like, I think the type of query that the link is from, that the traffic is from, makes a big difference here. But just my opinion. Let's see if we tackle that a bit. About the statistical test, the paired t-test compared each site's organic versus LLM conversion rates to see if the difference held consistently across the dataset. A p-value of 0.794 means the variation we see is likely due to random chance, outliers, rather than a systematic difference between the two channels. Basically just noise. For context, a p-value below 0.05 is generally required for significance. In other words, the modest average uplift was not supported once site level variability was accounted for. Well, I mean, 0.79 is quite over 0.05. The same. Does LLM traffic consistently outperform site averages? To assess whether LLM traffic consistently converted more efficiently than site averages, we analyzed site level differences. The scatter plot in figure 1 compares each site's share of LLM sessions x-axis against its conversion rate ratio y-axis. Conversion rate ratio LLM CVR, I don't know the English term, this, in German we say durch. It's not times, it's the opposite. I forgot what it's called in English. Divided through overall site CVR. How to read the scatter plot, y-axis ratio. If it is 1, LLM converts the same rate as the site average. If it's over 1, LLM converts better than the average. If it's below 1, LLM converts worse than the average. And here's the result. LLM shares of sessions, conversion rate ratio. Well, okay, interesting. Same, below, worse. Okay, quite often better. Interesting. The distribution shows no clear directional trend. Sites are scattered both above and below the parity line, with no consistent dominance in either direction. Some sites saw LLM traffic converting more efficiently than the averages, while others saw lower efficiency. To quantify this distribution, we also measured how many sites fell into each category. Yeah, I think that's important. Okay. LLM conversion efficiency versus site averages. Site average. Same as average, 3%. Worse than average, 40%. Better than average, 55%. Okay. LLM conversion efficiency breakdown. Breaking this down further, 56% of sites saw LLM traffic converted at higher rates than the site average. 41% performed worse, and 4% were the same. This near even split reinforces the earlier finding that LLM traffic is not delivering a consistent conversion lift across sites. Interesting. Sensitivity analysis. What high traffic sites reveal about LLM conversion lift. To test the robustness of the findings, we applied thresholds to filter out sites with very low traffic or too few LLM conversions. The goal was to make sure results were not being skewed by sites with insufficient data volume. Threshold applied over 100,000 total sessions, over 50 LLM sessions, and over 5 LLM conversions. Yes, I know it's not over, it's over same, but just saying. Applying these criteria reduced the dataset from 54 sites to 33 sites using the same 6-month data window. Table 2 sensitivity analyzes full sample with a thresholded sample. Okay? Mean CR organic, mean CR LLM, full sampled, thresholded. Okay? And there we can see quite a better result. Their t-test p-value 0.3756. Oh, okay. But the average difference widened under the thresholded sample, 1 point. You see the values? The results still fail to reach statistical significance, p 0.376. This confirms that even when focusing on higher volume sites with more LLM traffic and conversions, LLM traffic did not consistently outperform organic traffic in terms of conversion efficiency. Business model segmentation. How LLM traffic performs compared to organic traffic. We also segmented the data by business model to see if results differed between B2B and B2C websites. Conversion rates by business model. Organic LLM for B2B and B2C. Interesting. Almost a bit lower B2C, but quite a difference in LLM. Okay. In the full dataset, LLM traffic converted slightly higher than organic for B2B sites, 2.17% versus 1.16%, and slightly lower for B2C sites, 6.58 versus 6.78. At face value, the two models leaned in different directions, but the pattern showed no consistent advantage for LLM traffic. I think here it's important to also consider, though, if you look at 1.16 to 2.17, it's like, oh, just 1%. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. But The difference from 1.16 to 2.17 is almost double, like almost 100% more. Like, I don't know, like it would be 2.32 and it's 2. I'm not that good in my head, like 90%. That can make a big difference in the revenue for the site. Okay. To ensure the comparison was meaningful, we applied the same thresholds used earlier: over 100,000 sessions, over 50 LLM sessions, over 5 LLM conversions. This reduced the sample to 33 sites, split between B2B and B2C. Thresholded results by business model. Again, compare t-test, comparison across groups. Good, good, nice. Wow, this is okay. The thresholded results showed that both B2B and B2C sites leaned slightly positive for LLM traffic, but neither difference was statistically significant. P is 0.705 for B2B, P is 0.423 for B2C. We also ran Welk's test to evaluate whether the gap between B2B and B2C sites was significant. This tested whether LLM traffic had a stronger impact on one business model compared to the other. The result, P being 0.456, confirmed that no such difference was present. Also, I'll be curious about Welk's test. Gotta learn more. Overall, it appeared that the business model does not meaningfully change how LLM traffic converts relative to organic. Both B2B and B2C show small positive differences, but the variability across sites is too high to draw a conclusive pattern. Traffic share context: why LLM traffic still makes up less than 1% of overall site traffic. LLM share of sessions. To understand the scale of LLM traffic within overall site performance, we first measured the share of total sessions across all sites. As shown in figure 4, the vast majority of sites had less than 1% of sessions from LLM traffic, highlighting how limited this channel remains overall. Okay. Distribution of LLM session share across all sites, as you can see, 0 to 0.1, 0.1 to 0.3, 0.3 to 0.6, 0.6 to 0.9. Wow. Number of sites, vast majority in 0.1 to 0.3. While a handful of sites registered higher shares, the percentage breakdown highlights just how minimal the contribution typically is. Nearly 90% of sites had LLM traffic contribute less than 0.6 of 6% of the total site traffic, and only about 10% of sites had LLM traffic contribute more than 0.6% of the total site traffic. Okay? Average channel contribution, organic versus LLM. In addition to the graph above, to compare contributions more directly, we looked at the average share of sessions and conversions by channel across all sites. Figure 5 below shows the sharp contrast: organic versus LLM average traffic and conversion share. Okay, average organic conversion share, average organic session share, average LLM conversion share, average LLM session share, as you can see. I hope you see it good enough. Yeah. In case you didn't, you have got a moment to look at it better. Let's continue. Organic traffic accounted for roughly 1/3 of total sessions, 31.9%, and conversions 33.8%. LLM traffic contributed less than 1% on average, 0.24 of sessions, 0.42 of conversions. Paired t-tests confirmed that these differences were statistically significant. P smaller, 0.001. This indicates that while conversion efficiency may appear similar between organic and LLM, the scale of LLM traffic is negligible in comparison to organic. Exploratory segmentation by industry. We also segmented the data by industry vertical to see if any broad patterns emerged. Figure 6 shows that while conversion rates varied widely across industries, no consistent channel level advantage appeared. Here's the graphic. You can see it. Financial, clearly the most. Average conversion rate, okay. Travel, health, education, tech, e-commerce, consumer service, okay. Organic and LLM, biggest, okay. Consumer services and financial have the biggest disparities. Interesting. Looking at individual industries, LLM traffic converted higher in some verticals such as financial services and travel and tourism. Organic traffic converted higher in verticals like e-commerce and consumer services. These exploratory results provide directional insights, but given the small sample size within each vertical, they should be interpreted with caution. Again, we have had just 50 pages for all of them, 33 with enough amount, now even segmented into industries. Interpreting the data. The evidence from this study shows that LLM traffic is not delivering a measurable conversion advantage over organic at this stage. The burden of proof was on LLM traffic to demonstrate that it converts at a higher rate than organic, and this data set did not support that claim. That's important. It did not support this claim. Yes, we can argue about the small data set, everything, but it's already interesting to see that it did not support it in general. I mean, we see a path pattern already, at least a bit. Interesting. Okay. While averages suggested a slight uplift, statistical testing confirmed the difference was not significant. What this tells us is that, at least in this dataset, LLM traffic is converting about the same as organic and site averages. The scatter plot and efficiency breakdown made that even clearer. Some sites leaned higher with LLM, others lower. The split was essentially even. That kind of mix shows there is not a consistent advantage here. When we filtered out low volume sites, the gap between LLM and organic widened a little, but still not enough to matter statistically. Although there are cases where LLM traffic looks good, the overall trend across sites is not strong enough to draw a confident conclusion. The segmentation checks told the same story. B2B and B2C both leaned slightly positive for LLM, but the variation was too high to call it meaningful. We also ran Wilks tests to check if the gap between B2B and B2C was significant, since the group sizes were different. The results confirmed that there was no measurable difference. The industry splits were mixed as well, and small sample sizes made it hard to read much into them. Yeah. I remember I'm not a pro in statistics or anything, but I remember when I talked to a statistician, top researcher, interviews on my channel. Yeah, we discussed the stuff, and I asked for variables. How many inputs do I need? And like a rough, very very rough estimate is, for example, for a poll or something, you need 100 participants for one metric that you want to check out. So just having 50 for the bit, not, but again, it's just a rough estimate. The biggest factor is scale. Organic traffic consistently drove about 1/3 of total sessions and conversions across nearly all sites and industries. LLM traffic, by comparison, was under 1%. Even in cases where efficiency looked slightly higher, the overall impact remained minimal relative to organic. Limitations and considerations when comparing LLM and organic conversions. This analysis measures macro conversions at the point of form submissions for B2B sites or purchases for e-commerce sites. While purchases represent true customers, form fills and demo requests do not necessarily translate into paying clients. As such, this research does not account for lead to customer conversion rate, which is also a very interesting metric that we would like to know. It is also important to note that conversions in the buyer journey are rarely linear. Users often engage across multiple touch points before becoming a customer. For the purpose of this analysis, conversions are treated using last touch attribution. To better understand conversion quality in practice, I typically recommend that organizations implement self-reported attribution within lead forms. For example, including an open-ended question such as, "How did you hear about us?" This type of data provides additional context for evaluating traffic quality and channel impact. Conclusion: organic search still leads as LLM's popularity increases. My conclusion is that the customer journey is becoming more complex and continues to evolve. It would be a mistake to frame any single channel as the best or the silver bullet for qualified traffic. In recent studies, it's becoming more evident that users are using both traditional search and LLMs throughout the customer journey. A recent Invoker report provides some useful context. 46% of buyers rely exclusively on traditional search for complex purchase decisions. 44% use both AI and traditional search, though most lean more on search, and 2% only depend. Sorry, 2% only depend primarily on AI tools. Also interesting. I don't know why I yawn when I speak more in English. Very interesting. Maybe some type of the way the tongue moves in my mouth or something. If any of you have any clue, leave a comment. Brands shouldn't ignore optimizing for LLMs and AI search. Quite the opposite. This channel represents an emerging part of the search landscape and should be strategically incorporated into comprehensive search strategy in alignment with business goals. Organic search continues to dominate across industries, both in traffic share and conversion share. This was the most consistent and indisputable takeaway from the data. For most websites in the study, LLM traffic remains minimal, but a small number of sites did receive a more meaningful share of sessions and conversions from LLMs. In such cases, prioritizing LLM optimization becomes an even more strategic initiative. Okay? Businesses should begin tracking and monitoring LLM traffic monthly with attention to growth trends over time, e.g., how share of traffic has shifted in the past year, which types of pages are being surfaced by LLMs, how conversion performance compares to organic search. For sites receiving only marginal traffic from LLMs, a measured approach that values being an early mover while still prioritizing channels with proven business impact is the best strategy for long-term success as the LLM ecosystem continues to mature. Dig into how you can be an early mover in the LLM landscape with our guide. Shameless self-plug is fine with me, absolutely. Curious about which brands and domains are leading in AI search, explore insights from exclusive data, let's talk. All right. With that, the clip finished. Okay. I like this article. Will Guevara, the one, do you have X or something, Twitter? Nope, only on LinkedIn. Okay. I like that. Let's connect. Also, for all of you, always feel free. Feel free. Get on my profile, LinkedIn, Twitter, whatever, X, whatever, social media. It's always the same name. It's my name. Just sometimes with an one at the end, but that's it. Interesting article. I liked it. I quite liked it. I'm surprised about the results. I'm still surprised about it. But all right. What? By the way, if you like what I do, if you enjoy me going through these things, adding a bit of explanation, experience, and such, then feel free to support this channel. If you like it, leave a like, subscribe to it, follow the channel. All of these things are just 1 or 2 clicks for you. They're for free, cost you nothing, but they help this channel and me tremendously. So if you like what I do and want me to do it more, show it. Leave a comment, do something, like. And with that, I'm going to jump directly over to the next article. So, but before I do that, I've got to save this one. Right. Okay. It was a nice article. I liked it. Okay. It already clicked. Watch test. Just wanted to see what that is before. Oh, right. I gotta get back to the right side here. All right. So, yeah. What is that? Wex test or Wex t-test is a statistical hypothesis test used to compare the means of 2 independent groups when the variances of the 2 populations are unequal. Okay. Okay. It's an adaptation of the student's t-test Okay, I check two different groups and see the values of it when the two groups are having different sizes. Okay. Okay. Good enough. I don't need a science degree in statistics. That's good enough for me for now. Gonna be honest with all of you. Let me just not forget to add a bit of extra information. Chat. So, what? Ja, genau. There. Just dropping a little message into the live streams. All right. And with that, I did the next thing. Maybe I should a bit smaller. Should I get myself a bit smaller? I like it. Let's see how it goes. Man, I like your articles, email on acid, cinch, but your menu is so annoying at that size. Yeah, go away. Go away. You go away. No, go away too, and you go away too. Yeah, nice. Much nicer, much better. Yeah, that's how I want it. Nice little heart. So, all right. And with that, we jump right into the next article. This article is by Email on Acid, email marketing topic, authentic marketing in email, how to add a human touch in the age of AI. Many of us are annoyed by these AI slop messages. Some are on the opposite of the spectrum where no matter what you write and no matter who you send something to, is oh, I can tell it's an AI. Oh, I can tell. Well, let's go through it. Can you see well? Let me size a bit. What does authentic email marketing mean in the age of generative artificial intelligence, Gen AI? Well, here's what ChatGPT had to say about it. Okay. Ironically, no? Oh man. And it reminds me of the case of some guy who had a basically cyber psychosis and had some issue because he fell in love with an AI and then it lost its personality, and the father of him used ChatGPT still to write the eulogy or something like insane. But let's insane. In the fast-paced digital landscape where inboxes overflow with promotional messages and spam filters work overtime, the quest for authentic communication has never been more crucial. Authenticity has become the cornerstone of successful marketing strategies, and in the realm of email marketing, it stands as a beacon guiding brands towards genuine connections with the target audience. Okay. That sounds pretty good, right? Except it's not very authentic, and you've got to laugh at all those buzzwords ChatGPT managed to work into one paragraph. The struggle is artificial. With so much AI generated out there, it's difficult to know what came from a trusted human expert and what might be full of questionable information. Authenticity requires that you're. Whoop, just a moment. Yeah, give me a moment. Sorry. am back. Business call. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I have to take the call and I have to break the stream. Sorry. Where were we? Expert in what might be full of questionable information. Authenticity. I read that, but let's do it again. Authenticity requires that you are building trust among your target audience. If you don't seem real, in some cases, your brand may be harder to trust. Well, you guys trust me now that I'm real. Bots can be a problem for marketers as well as those being marketed to. Just as it's important to remember there are actual human beings opening your email campaigns, subscribers also want to know there are real people behind these brands they love, even if you are getting help from AI. Your subscribers want to feel seen, they want to feel connected, and they want to be more than just their data. Authenticity is still one of the best ways to drive connections and conversion in your email marketing. Now, there's nothing wrong with using AI in email marketing, but if you don't have the time to create awesome emails with the human touch, why expect that your subscribers will take the time to engage with them? In this article, we'll talk about what authenticity in email marketing looks like, how it works in the age of AI, and why adding a human touch can pay off in the long run. What does authentic marketing really mean? Authenticity is about being true to yourself. In marketing, that means being true to your brand. What does your brand stand for? What are your company values? You need to be able to articulate these as a team before you can translate those values to email. For example, if one of your brand values is honesty, but you consistently send emails that it's the last day to save, even though the sale really ends in a few more days, that's not very authentic. And subscribers see right through that. Just as a reminder, real people are reading your emails and they're hopefully opted in to receive them. That's a huge gift that should not be wasted. Stay true to what you promised subscribers when they sign up for emails and maintain your credibility. Got it? Why an authentic marketing strategy matters. With the rise of AI-generated content, authenticity in marketing is what's going to help you stand out. Subscribers know that you're collecting their data. They know that you're probably using AI-generated words or images or suspect it. There's nothing wrong with speeding up your email marketing process and making your life a little easier. For example, Cinch MailJet offers an AI copy generator that helps marketers come up with better subject lines, calls to action, and more. Subtle self-plug. AI-generated copy doesn't have to be inauthentic. But if you're leaning too heavily on artificial intelligence, your emails are going to start sounding and looking the same as everyone else's. You're missing out on the opportunity to start a real conversation with your subscribers and make them feel special. Authenticity can even reduce price sensitivity and increase brand loyalty among key demographics. CX Today cites a study from the UK indicating 48% of Gen Z and 51% of millennials would be less concerned with price increases due to inflation if the brand was authentic. Okay, that's a study I want to see. I don't. Just in general, I gotta take a little break and address that point here. I believe the study, I believe the numbers, everything will surely have been correct, but often you can't trust the consumers. You can't trust the people in these pods. Would you do X or Y? I've seen so many projects. I've seen so many businesses. I've been in so many projects and I've taken advantage of so many things in my life with campaign prices and everything that I say, well, what they say must not be necessarily the truth. Okay? I've so often had people say, oh, X is important to them or they don't care about Y. They might want to sound good at the poll. They might want to sound like that when they're asked, and they might believe it themselves and be not honest to themselves. Okay? Really important. I've had projects where, oh, X is one of the most important aspects of this product or of this service. And I was like, nah, I don't believe that. I just didn't believe it. And I talked to the team and I was like, hey, can we create a tire or a set project just for a small rollout where we ignore X, where we ignore Y, where we do something completely different. Just test it out once. Is it better? Is it worse? Do we make more revenue? Do we make less revenue? How are the opt-ins and so on? Often you will find out that what people said is not what is the truth. That no, they really don't care about something, even though they said they care. Or vice versa. They might say, oh, we don't really care about this thing. And then the moment you take that thing away, it's suddenly, I don't know why, but I don't like it anymore. And then you ask, is it because this is missing? And they say, nah, I never cared about that thing. But intuitively, subconsciously, they suddenly have another opinion of the whole. And then we put the thing back in the documents, in the appearance, in the product, in whatever, and suddenly people were back in it. Just saying, okay, it's really important aspect to know. Don't always believe it, okay? Just don't always believe it. Like, just my opinion, in my experience, okay? Sometimes, like when you're dating a girl, sometimes you should be aware that you're not supposed to listen to everything she says, and that you're supposed to understand, hey, what does she really want? Okay, before she knows it. You have to know better than her what she wants, and it's the same with the customers. You can't just listen to them. You have to learn, you have to understand it, test it out, and get the experience behind it. Also, extremely important why internal information are that important. The wisdom and the experience that is accrued over time with experiments is extremely important. Get a way to institutionalize. Get the wisdom into your institution and keep it there so that you don't fire one person or one person quits the team and suddenly 80% of the information of all of those tests are suddenly gone. Okay? Just saying. Now let's go back to the article. So, for example, that could mean being honest and upfront with customers about why you need to raise your prices. Go ahead and ask ChatGPT to help you explain that to people if you want. It's not about using or not using artificial intelligence. The point is your marketing efforts have authenticity baked into them, which makes you a more authentic brand. But how can the email channel bring authentic marketing into everyday communications? 5 ways to add a human touch to your email marketing. Okay, cool. Sounds interesting. Let's go through it. Yep. At its best, digital marketing is essentially a form of customer service. Email is a great way to let your customers and subscribers know that you care. Here are 5 ways you can add a more human touch to your email campaigns. I would even say digital marketing is essentially not a customer service, but it should be a talk. Just a talk. Basically, a dialogue. You're just telling the world, telling your clients, telling your customers something you want to tell them. And that's it. Email permission and preferences. The first way to be a human. Make sure everyone on your list actually wants to be there. I mean, no. But, okay. You need to have permission to send your subscriber emails. Absolutely. This isn't just a suggestion, it's a law. In the European Union and Canada, and the requirement for most inbox service providers, and ISP, internet service provider, inbox service provider, okay, and email service providers, ESPs. That's why purchasing an email list is not a good idea. Buying a list doesn't count as consent. In some countries, it's even illegal to cold email someone, and you can be fined a lot. Just telling you. Get your information straight and find out, research it before you do cold email campaigns. Here are some ways to obtain consent and set expectations. You use either single or double opt-in when people sign up for your list. In your welcome email series, let new subscribers know exactly what type of authentic content you send so they know what to expect. Always include a clear unsubscribe button. You may also choose to include a preference center, which helps subscribers choose what kinds of content they want to receive. It's much better to have a slightly smaller email list with subscribers that open, read, and click on your email than a ton of subscribers that ignore you, or worse, mark you as spam. Again, extremely important because that goes back to the data centers, and then your domain is labeled bad. By the way, new sender requirements in 2024 mean you should be paying extra close attention to spam complaints and the unsubscribe process. Gmail and Yahoo want sender following RFC 5058 for one-click unsubscribe functionality email headers. Plus, you need to keep your spam complaints below 0.1%. Okay? Important also to get all of these things, get your email sending protocols correct. DMARC, DCIM, and so SPF, and so on. I got videos about that on my channel. Look it up, it's important. Just saying, telling you, it's important. Get your IT guys to get this sorted out. Email protocols, okay? Email protocols 2025, you find it on my page, on my YouTube channel. Email personalization. To personalize your email, you don't necessarily need to know subscriber's name. Personalization goes beyond variable mapping to populate the template with the subscriber's name. It's about recreating the feel of a conversation. Email personalization really comes down to providing value to our subscribers. In other words, you want to make today's consumers feel like you wrote and designed an email just for them, even if you're sending it to many users on your mailing list. For example, an online retailer could send personalized recommendations based on what customers have bought in the past or what content they've downloaded. You can also use other data to craft compelling marketing messages specific to certain consumers. And don't forget to keep empathy in mind. Here are some additional personalization strategies to implement in your email marketing campaigns. Analyze your data so you know what messages resonate with which kinds of subscribers. Use dynamic content. Draw on the customer data you already have. Pay attention to purchase history, browsing behavior, and survey answers. Use list segmentation to create segments of target audiences who exhibit similar characteristics, drawing from demographic, geographic, or psychographic data. Then send targeted emails to these segments. Offer tailored coupons, special offers, and product recommendations. Send celebratory emails for anniversaries or birthdays. Take into account subscribers' time zones to optimize send times. Create a personalized call to action. Above all, strive for the personal in personalization. Use the data you're constantly collecting on your subscribers to craft relevant emails that speak to where they are in the customer journey. Okay. Email accessibility. Always make sure that your entire list can read and engage with your emails. According to the CDC, 26% of Americans have some degree of disability. Around 5% have vision impairment that qualify as a disability, but many more of your subscribers may also have common vision problems. While devices and tools can help people with vision impairments access the internet, email developers and marketers can help recipients have the best possible experience with a few code and design adjustments. A few ways to make your emails accessible. Use a simple layout with white space. Write alternative text for your images. Evaluate your color palette for appropriate levels of contrast. Not just contrast. Also use little tools that show you how people with different kinds of color blindness see them. Got a video on that on my channel too. What a surprise, huh? Use a readable font and font size. Here also, test the different designs with blur filters. So you see if I've got bad eyesight, would I still be able to read it or not? Include podcast and video transcript link. Okay. Write clear, easy to understand copy. Okay. Show you care about every subscriber on your list. Building genuine relationships with customers means removing barriers. Brand voice and email copy. Brand authenticity means developing a clear brand voice so your copy across all of your digital marketing channels sounds similar. You probably already have a brand voice, whether you've defined it clearly or not. Even if you plan to write with a little help from generative AI, know what kind of style conventions you include. That means making decisions on what kind of punctuation you use, whether or not you'll use contractions, how colloquial your speech will be in terms of slang or memes, if you'll directly address the reader or if you'll use I or we conventions, what technical terms or vocabulary you'll steer clear from. Overall, you want to write like you talk. It's okay if your brand is on the more formal side, but it should still sound like a human, not a robot. If you wouldn't use it in a conversation or it sounds ripped out of a cringy corporate handbook, don't use it. Yes and no. Yes and no. It depends. I would say it depends. Sometimes we don't want to have it the way like if I would talk to a person. Okay, we want a stylized version of a person. Sometimes we want to engage with stereotype of the idea of something. Okay, just saying. You consider and reflect upon that. Owning up to mistakes. Email marketers make mistakes. Who hasn't sent out an email with a typo or broken link? It happens to the best of us. Admitting it and apologizing can create an opportunity. This may mean sending corrected or apology email to your entire list or replying one-to-one to a subscriber that's having a customer service issue. The more you can acknowledge the humans behind the computer exchange, the more likely you'll come across as authentic in your email marketing. 5 examples of authentic marketing emails. Authenticity is earned. It may take some time for your emails to start to feel more aligned with your brand as you define what makes your email specific to your program. In the meantime, take a look at these examples. Send a personalized email based on behavior. New dogs match your search from Pet Finder, showing us individualized list of results. Finding the right pet for you takes time and effort. Pet Finder helps match aspiring pet owners with animals in need. And when there's a potential match, they notify the subscribers via email. It's a great example of using data that already exists in the system, in this case, search preferences such as dog breed, age, and location, and delivering a relevant message. Lean into empathy with your subscribers. Text Hi Smiles Davis. Thanks for taking your own Go COVID test. Below you find some helpful results. Thanks so much for doing your part. Warm regards. Don't want. No matter what services you offer, there are bound to be sticky or uncomfortable moments in your customer journey. Putting yourself in your customer's shoes is the key to crafting an email that just gets it. This email from On Go is a great example of this. If you're taking a COVID test, you probably feel sick. Whether it's COVID or something else, you're not at your best. This quick email gives subscribers everything they need for the next steps right away. Point 3. Check in with subscribers on interest. It's been a while. Do you still want to hear from us? Okay, pretty basic. We want to ensure that you continue to receive content from Animoto that's interesting and relevant to you. As scary as it is to court unsubscribes, it's much better than the alternative low engagement or spam complaints. This email from Animoto does a great job at asking subscribers if they still want to receive emails without it feeling like it's an automated follow-up. Part of that is the language they chose, like phrasing it as a question and using contractions to sound more friendly. Okay, I have to admit, it doesn't work on me. It does not work on me. I still see this as an automated, nothing else but a technical email of, hey, he didn't click on X email, sent this automatically. Just saying. Doesn't work on me. Even though I understand what it's supposed to say, it doesn't work on me. Sorry. That I don't get it. Include human voices in your email. Dreamy and drizzle. You're gonna want to wake up from your sweet slumber for these results. When we heard the Krasaverse wanted more breakfast input, we knew our friend Sammy Adar was the one to make it happen. We're starting with shakshuka. Graza is ostensibly an olive oil company, but the way they send their email makes it feel like a friend chatting in the kitchen. One way they add authenticity to their emails is by introducing real expert voices. In this case, they're talking about a shakshuka recipe, and dropping the name of the writer in the copy before a few additional tips. Including testimonials or other types of user-generated content, UGC is another effective way to add authentic human voices to email campaigns. Own up to your mistakes. We messed up. In our newsletter, we introduced a Colombian coffee. Then we showed a few more coffees using a header as long as we're in Central America. This was a flippant oversight. Colombia is in South America, not in Central America, as the other coffee listed are. To those who reach out to correct this, thank you. To those who will see it and cringe, you're right. Yikes, we're sorry. Okay, to be human is to make mistakes. What matters is addressing them head on rather than ignoring them, especially with a gaffe like this email. While you still deal with fallout from your mistake, depending on what it was, it's important to show that you care about what you do, even if you don't always get it right. Okay. Humans make mistakes, but you can catch them. Part of being human includes making mistakes. but mistakes are probably something you want to keep out of your email marketing, at least as much as you can. Since email on Acid is designed to help designers and developers catch many, that could be anything, Okay, again, self-plug. Link to the article is below in the description, so if you guys are curious about it, you can go for it. And that's it, Kirsten Queen. Good article. I liked the article. It was nice. Nice. I enjoyed it. I liked it. Hope you liked it too. As usual, if you like what I do, if you enjoy me going through these articles, through these research papers, and through trends in marketing and everything, consider supporting this channel and me. Leave a like, leave a comment, follow or subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks for you that cost you absolutely nothing, but it helps me quite a lot and this channel, and also it shows me that you just generally want me to continue doing all of this. With that, I'll be jumping right into the next article. So, and we got this one finished. Let me see, did I already save it? Nope. Let's save this one. So. What's the next article? That wasn't the last one. I'm going to read that next session. Oh. What are we going to do like? Which of these do we go for? Let's go for the marketing checklist. I think we should go for the marketing checklist because we just talked about how human mistakes are and how human it is to do errors and mistakes. And we should absolutely not do mistakes and errors while we're at it. Written by, it's on mailbakery.com, written by Alexa Lemsey. Lemsey. Yep. Oh, no contact, no social, no nothing. Okay, interesting. Let's make this bigger. Yeah, okay, let's get it. Let's make it big. And so we jump right into the next article. This time, email marketing checklist, 16 things to verify before sending. Written by Alexa Lemsey, site is mailbakery.com. So, let me make it a bit bigger. Yeah, much better for you guys to read. If you're involved in email marketing, you know there are many moving parts to keep track of. From designing an email that looks great and engages your audience to ensure that it lands in the inbox to tracking your open rates and click-through, there's much to consider. A successful email marketing campaign demands careful planning and a detail-oriented approach. It's easy to overlook something and end up with an ineffective campaign. Yeah. To help make sure you don't miss anything, check out our comprehensive email marketing checklist to guide you through the entire process. Alright, here's a TLDR checklist if you're in a hurry. We are not in a hurry. We're going to go through it part by part, right? Or do we go? Okay. Now I wanna go through it in detail. If you don't have time for the few minutes, well, link to the article will be below. Verify your email list before sending. Okay. Smart. Verifying and validating your email list is essential to ensure your emails reach your intended audience. Begin by checking for invalid email addresses, which can negatively impact your deliverability. To ensure you reach the right audience and avoid bounce backs, it's important to check email validity before you hit send. You can use email validation tools to check for invalid email addresses and remove them from your list. Additionally, remove any email addresses bounced back from previous campaigns. Don't forget to remove any email addresses previously unsubscribed from your emails to comply with anti-spam regulation. One thing, this is law in many places, like European Union. Don't take it serious. Your company can get bad fees and fines that they have to pay. Second, just look it up. There are tools that check, like you give the email in and it doesn't send the email. It just checks if this email address, this domain, does it still exist or not? Is it okay? Is it healthy? And you just get a yes or no. So you don't even send an email, because the more emails you sent that bounce back, the worse your domain and your service is graded, so to speak, by the big email providers. And so it's more likely that you get into the spam territory and less people see your emails. Second, test your subject line. Okay. Remember to check your subject line on multiple devices to ensure the text is easy to read and doesn't get cut off. You should also test your pre-header preview text, which appears right after your subject line, and ensure it's relevant and engaging. To help you through this process, you can use an email subject line tool to analyze your subject line and provide feedback on its effectiveness. Right. You want it to work, you want it to be seen, you don't want this down here. Like the big punchline shouldn't be cut off. Nice? Yep, absolutely. You will see how your email would look on various screens and devices, make any necessary adjustments to ensure it's visually appealing and easy to read. By verifying your subject line, you can increase the chances of your email being opened and read by your subscribers. Another critical aspect of creating effective emails is ensuring they're powerful and actionable. Most people skim through their emails, and if your email does not stand out, they won't even bother opening it. We use CoSchedule's email subject line tester. Okay, some AI, decrease opens, word increase, and so on. Okay. This tool evaluates your email subject line and provides suggestions for improvement, such as using power words, including emojis where appropriate, and more. Okay. Keep it short and sweet. Lengthy subject line may be cut off, making it harder for recipients to understand the email's purpose. On the other hand, a short and sweet subject line can grab the recipient's attention and make them more likely to open your email. When crafting your subject line, summarize your email's main point in just a few words. Use action words or phrases that clarify what the recipient needs to do next. Mosquitoes. When crafting your subject line, what the recipients need to do next. A good subject line should be informative and engaging, so think outside the box. Avoid spammy language. Certain words and phrases can trigger spam filters, causing your email to end up in the recipient's spam folder. Avoid using all caps, exclamation points, and words like free, discount, or act now. Instead, focus on creating a subject line that accurately reflects the content of the email and entices the recipient to open it. Inbox, Bobby Parker, want a peek at our new collection? And then a little description. By avoiding words that might trigger spam filters, you can increase the chances that your email will end up in the recipient's inbox instead of the spam folders. Personalize your subject line. Personalization involves addressing the recipient by name and tailoring the email content to their interests or behavior. Doing this will make a stronger connection with the recipient and increase the likelihood that they will open the email and engage with the content. Performing an email marketing campaign without personalization can give the impression that the email is generic and irrelevant to the recipient's interests or need. This can lead to the email being ignored or even marked as spam. Examples of subject lines without personalization. Exclusive offer, 20% off your next purchase. Introducing our new product line. Shop now. Get fit for summer with our workout plan. Limited time only. Free shipping on all orders. Don't miss out on our end of season sale. Use personalization tokens to insert your recipient's name or other relevant information to the subject. You don't have to just use the name. You can use other data too. For example, if they have user accounts on your service domain, whatever. If they have something like that, use the data you already have. Like, what did you look up to? What are they interested in? What psychographic or demographic information do we have about them? Use all of that where legal. For example, you might say, John, check out our new products instead of just check out our new products. This simple tweak can make your email feel more relevant and personalized to your recipient. Like personalization tool. Your recipient will likely be inundated with emails, so you must grab their attention quickly. Use action-oriented language and convey the benefit of opening the email. Check your email body. A well-written email body can significantly impact how your audience responds to your message. Consider the recipient's relationship with you, their interests, and any previous interactions you may have had with them. Start by reviewing the content for clarity and readability. Ensure that the message is easy to understand and the font size and style are consistent and legible. If the email is longer than 2 paragraphs, consider using bullet points to break up the content and make scanning easier. Next, click on any buttons, links, or interactive elements to ensure they work correctly and reach the intended destinations. This helps to avoid broken links or other technical issues that could negatively impact the recipient's experience. Lastly, reread the footers, text, and ensure everything displays appropriately, including images or graphics. Also, at this point, make sure there's an unsubscribe button that works. And up here, go through the whole design and check it out if it works for stuff like bad eyesight, color blindness, and these other things. Okay, you don't want your CTA to get completely lost on someone who can't see red, for example. It's like being unable to see red is, I think, in the USA, it's 1 of 12 men. Like there's many people who have such issues. Proofread your email. Sending an email that is easy to understand, professional sounding, and error-free is essential. To make sure you achieve this, take the time to read through your email carefully. Watch for spelling, grammar, and punctuation errors. Double check for missing or improperly placed words or commas. After writing your email, take a break before proofreading it. This will help you approach your email with a fresh perspective and catch errors you might have missed while writing it. A little trick that I personally use, I heard it from someone and it's been working great for me, is reading it from back to the beginning. Like here, it writing while missed, have, might, you, errors, catch, and check if everything is written correctly. Your brain tricks you a bit if you read, especially something you wrote yourself or chose yourself, to just correct mistakes and overlook that they are wrong. Okay, it makes it make sense and work out. There's a trick to find mistakes easier. Reading your email out loud can help you to identify awkward phrasing, missing words, or other errors that might be hard to spot when reading silently. This can also help you to identify the tone of the email and ensure that it's appropriate for the recipient. Use a spelling and grammar checker or have someone else proofread your email before sending it. Remember that even a tiny mistake can make a big difference in how your email is perceived. You can always use tools like Grammarly to indicate any errors you might have overlooked if you need additional assistance. Check your sender settings and segment your list. If you send an email to the wrong people, it can waste time and effort and even harm your brand reputation. That's why it's so important to double check your sender settings. When choosing the right recipients for your email, it's essential to consider your message's purpose and who you want to reach. Email segmentation allows you to target the most relevant groups of people in your contact list. One approach is to segment your email list into smaller groups according to predetermined factors like location, interests, or previous transactions. This will assist you in developing customized and relevant messages that speak to each audience. Spend some time getting to know your ideal customer and the preferences to make sure you're focusing on the proper demographics. For example, for me, I separate into marketing beginners and marketing experts, because I work with small SMBs and it's like, oh, they have a newsletter and they're curious about tricks on how to do marketing. And for them, I sent them many beginner tricks and little ways how to make your marketing better. But I also have experts like agency owners who are curious about my expertise and they are in the expert email list. So I'm making sure that I don't over confuse the beginners and that I don't bore the more intermediate and expert level people. Include a clear call to action. When writing an email, think about what you want the reader to do after reading it. Including a clear call to action CTA can help guide the reader toward the action you want them to take. This could be something like, please let me know your availability for a call next week. Click the link to learn more, or let me know if you have any questions. A clear CTA gives the reader a specific next step and increases the likelihood that they will take action. Here are 10 email CTA button examples. Claim your offer, download now, get your free trial, learn more, subscribe today, register now, buy one, get one free, join the waitlist, save your spot, start your free trial. When you want to highlight your call to action, make it stand out by using bold text, a different font color, or even a button that takes the recipient directly to the action you want them to take. Again, consider checking this out with color blindness tools. You don't want it to suddenly look exactly the same, like a green background, red button. You think it worked great. Someone looks at it, all of it is just brown, mushy if they are colorblind. However, same applies, by the way, monochromatic for people who are completely colorblind and just see a grayscale. You also want to have the CTA still be in contrast of a different nuance of gray, so it's clearly visible. However, it's important not to overdo it and make your call to action too forceful or aggressive, as this can be off-putting and seem spam. It's best to strike a balance and make a call to action noticeable but still polite and respectful. Balance and everything is always hard to find out for a beginner. Verify your email design. Choose a simple and clean email template that is visually appealing and easy to read. A cluttered or confusing design can lead to a higher unsubscribe rate or lower engagement. One way is to use an email preview tool to see how your email would look on different services and email clients. Another option is to follow the do's and don'ts of HTML email coding. Okay, I'm curious about that article. Most email service providers offer the option to switch to regular HTML to preview an email. By doing so, you can see how the email will appear in its final format and identify any formatting or design issues that need to be addressed. Verifying the email on multiple devices such as desktop, tablet, and mobile is essential to ensure it is optimized for different screen sizes and resolutions. Recommended read, okay, between email and web HTML if you want that. Many people use their mobile devices to check their emails in today's fast-paced world. As a result, it's essential to ensure that your email is mobile-friendly and easy to read on a smaller screen. This will increase the chances of your message being seen and acted upon, leading to better results for your business. 9. Use high-quality images, videos, and GIFs. With so many emails flooding inboxes daily, standing out and making an impact is essential. High-quality content can help you accomplish your objectives, whether you want to boost sales, generate leads, or raise brand awareness. Your email's visual appeal and level of engagement can increase the likelihood that your subscribers will take the intended action. When using images, videos, or GIFs in email, it's vital to optimize them. This means keeping the file size small to avoid slowing load times or causing delivery problems. Well, technically, it's not slowing load times. It's just causing them to be longer. But whatever. Pedantic semantics of mine. Nice. Exactly. You can also use alt text to describe the visuals, which can help your messages get across even if the recipient's email client doesn't display images by default, which quite a few do. After compressing your images, ensure it doesn't lead to distortion or excessive blurriness. Ensure your images are optimized for mobile. JPEG or PNG file formats work best because most mobile devices widely support them. Additionally, you'll want to keep the file size as small as possible without compromising quality. Large image files can slow load times, causing recipients to lose interest and affect mobile responsiveness. Remember that some people may use older devices or 4G networks with slower data speeds. To address this issue, you can provide recipients with the option to view the HTML version of the email. Optimizing your images for mobile and considering all your recipients' needs ensures that your email looks great and is accessible to everyone. Verify your email sender settings. One of the most important things to review is the from and reply to fields, which help establish trust and credibility with your recipients. Ensure your name and email address are correct, recognizable, and aligned with your brand or organization. Here to John, hi John, just that everything nice. Additionally, consider creating an email signature that includes your contact information, social media links, and legal disclaimers or opt-out information to present yourself professionally to your recipients. Reviewing these elements ensures that your email looks professional and trustworthy to those who receive it. This increases the likelihood of your email being read and acted upon. Well, preview your email before sending. An email well optimized for mobile devices will have all its elements fitting nicely on the screen. This means the font size should be just right and the images and graphics should be scaled appropriately to fit the smaller screen. Previewing your email on both desktop and mobile devices effectively ensures that your email looks great and is easy to navigate on all platforms. Doing this lets you catch any issues and make necessary changes before sending it out to your audience. Even though most email marketing tools offer a preview options, sending a test email is still recommended to ensure everything displays as intended. Absolutely. I would still always send one test email to an email address that I have just for testing purposes. Occasionally, the formatting may break or fonts could change, so it's better to be safe than sorry. 13. Check email rendering on different devices. Did you know that emails can have 15,000 unique rendering previews? Errors in your email communications may seem minor, but they can significantly impact the credibility of your brand. Subscribers who encounter mistakes in your emails may lose trust in your company. Like, if they can't get this solved properly and they're bad at this, how good will the service be? You know? When you're getting ready to send an email, ensure it looks good and works properly for all your subscribers, no matter what devices or email clients they use. Unfortunately, email providers might strip out JavaScript or other code elements, so testing your emails on multiple platforms is crucial to ensure your message looks the way you intended. HTML, rich text, plain text. Just so you see the different ways it might look. Image source, GIMP. Here are a few best practices for correct email rendering. Send your email through an email service provider. Send previews to real desktop and mobile devices. Add alt text to images for users that have blocked image previews. Keep your email size around 600 pixel wide and under 102 kilobyte. Use web-safe fonts or set fallback fonts to avoid issues. Opt for bulletproof buttons. Okay? Choose the right time to send. When it comes to email marketing, timing is critical. Choosing the right time to send emails can significantly impact your open and click-through rates. To determine the best time to send your emails, it's essential to consider your target audience and their habits. For instance, if your subscribers are busy professionals, emailing during the workday may not be the best idea. On the other hand, if your subscribers are stay-at-home parents, sending your email during the day may be more effective. Overall, taking the time to choose the right time to send your emails can have a significant impact on the success of your email marketing campaigns. Again, how do we know that? We don't. You can have educated guesses and assumptions, but best is to test it. Gonna be curious about what the article says, but the best way is to test it. Data, test it out and see what works and what not. 15. Configure your email automation rules. Identify the triggers that will prompt your automated emails, such as a new subscriber or an abandoned cart. Once you've found these triggers, you'll need to decide what kind of emails you'll deliver in response to each one. The messaging must be pertinent to the recipient, beneficial and consistent with your email marketing strategy. To improve the effectiveness of your automated emails, you can monitor the performance and make necessary adjustments. Wait 2 days, split flow by conditions, and so on. Just a general workflow. 16. Make your unsubscribe link visible. Absolutely. Including an unsubscribe link is mandatory. A visible unsubscribe link and working one gives subscribers the option to opt out of receiving your emails. It also helps to keep your email list clean and up to date by removing inactive or uninterested subscribers. You don't want to frustrate your subscribers by making it difficult to opt out, as this can cause your subscribers to flag your emails as spam. Test the unsubscribe link to make your unsubscribe flow to make sure your unsubscribe flow is working correctly. Click on the link to ensure it takes you to a page where recipients can opt out of your emails. Don't make the unsubscribing process complex or confusing. Even better, some Some providers like Google and I think Yahoo already demand one-click opt-out. Just so you know. Okay? Conclusion. Email marketing is a powerful way to connect with your audience and achieve your business goals. We hope this email marketing checklist helps you quickly go through the most important steps of sending an email marketing campaign. From verifying your email design to testing your automation rules and CTAs, each aspect of your email should be reviewed and optimized to increase its impact. So, whether you're just starting with email marketing or are a seasoned pro, carefully reviewing your emails is essential to elevate your email game and drive success. Email marketing is easy with our help at Mail Bakery. We will help you. Shameless self plug. It's fine. Link to the article will be below. Further reading. Okay. Okay. Not a bad article. That was not a bad article. I liked it. I think you can work with that. It was a nice article. Quite a few good information. What would I add to that? Depends on the size of your organization. Check the timing. Are you supposed to send this email? Really? When is the email supposed to be sent out? Nothing worse than having, oh, here's the big offer, or oh, this is the new thing, or whatever. When the marketing department or product department or whoever has not yet greenlit it, or oh, they had to change we have to postpone it or something like that. Okay, I've seen so many things go wrong. Check if the design was really greenlit. Man, I think I would be going through too many things. If you want to hear more about some of those stories that I've got, ask me in the comments or join my live streams. Join the live stream so you can, in these moments, give me your opinion and write in, yeah, I want to hear more of your stories. But now I will be jumping over some other things and tell you, if you like what I do, if you enjoy me going through these articles, checking information, going through trends, news, research on marketing, be it websites, email marketing, content, PPC, and so on, consider giving me a positive signal. A like, comment, or support this channel by subscribing to it, following me. It's 1 or 2 clicks for you, costs you absolutely nothing, but it helps me tremendously and gives me a big sign that you want me to keep on doing these kind of things. And with that, I wish you all the very, very best and jump to the next article. Right? Right. That's how I like it. Now, let's go. Let's go. No, those are the new ones. I don't want to go through them right now. What is that? What the hell? No. If you make it that hard, I would have said yes with just 1 click. For another day. When high standards drag you down. Okay, this I am curious about. Just in general. Why I'm curious about it? Because I have so unbelievable. Let's see, is there? No, no link to the writer, to the author, huh? Shame. Yeah, good. Let's start. And with that, we go to the next article. Yeah, the burden of quality. Let's keep the URL saved so you guys can have it in the chat. But first, we go through it. The burden of quality when high standards drag you down. Interesting title. I have no clue what it's about. I just clicked on it because I like the title, and this typical, oh, I have such high standards is way too common excuse with my clients and general people I know and friends and everyone. Like, just was at an event 2-3 days ago, and oh no, I don't post because I'm a perfectionist. So let's go through it. Oh, let me make it bigger. Yeah, that way you can read it properly. Ask any content marketer to define high quality and you get the same answer. well researched, expertly written, professional designed, thoroughly edited. But if you look at what actually performs across different channels and formats, it's not always true. And I am not the content marketer that would have said this. High quality is subjective. There's no high quality. The only thing is it successful or not? You can have high quality in an objective measure, like does it seem crafted well? I can have a video and say the video is edited well, it's a good camera quality, the audio is well, and so on. I can have a text written and it is high quality in the sense of, okay, there's no typo, there's nothing that the objective measures, but everything else is just subjective and it doesn't make it good or bad. Let's see. When a new medium or channel emerges, our gut instinct is to apply the quality standards of what came before, but it rarely works. Early TV producers tried to apply radio broadcasting standards to television. The first websites were essentially just digital brochures. Each medium, channel, and format evolves its own definition of quality. Often such rules are unspoken, and what's particularly confusing about our profession is that they've persisted across many channels and formats for a long time. The fundamentals of good writing look similar across print, books, and blogs for decades. I've went through way too many old books researching the topics of good copy to believe that. But okay. Yet now, suddenly it seems the rules are even more unspoken and confusing than before. All lowercase is authentic on X and for tech bosses. Some obvious AI generated text patterns are accepted on LinkedIn if the idea resonates. And who knows what AEO algorithms prefer. We need to rethink how we define high quality at every turn. The same content can be high or low quality depending on the situation. Our job is to identify what quality actually means for each channel, format, and context, and we have to revisit such definitions much more often than before. Well, I'm going to be curious about this. I think it's a very old-fashioned problem that we've seen where people put a standard upon situations and platforms that are not supposed to have that standard. You can, and it's weird because people in marketing and clients sometimes don't understand it, while on a human level, everybody understands it. It's a simple thing. You're overdressed. If you go in a tuxedo to your best friend's birthday party or the barbecue party, you just know it's going to be weird. Same applies to these things. There are platforms that are more casual, and then there are platforms that are way more, where I gotta show some skill and everything. One channel's quality is another's miss. Let me explain with a brief example. TikTok and Addison Rae. For anyone over the age of 35, Addison Rae's TikTok dancer turned singer who rose to fame in 2019. Videos of her doing short dances garnered her nearly 60 million followers by 2020. At the peak of her fame, she went on Jimmy Fallon to do a medley of trending TikTok dances. It bombed. It was awkward to watch and I imagine perform. The audience's cheers were strained. Ray's smile only seemed to get more forced and more pained as the segment went on for an excruciating 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Now, this segment had all the hallmarks of what TV people consider high quality. It was shot on studio cameras, on a soundstage, with the hottest TikTok star of her time, who, as far as I could tell, didn't miss a single move. The music was played live by The Roots, for heaven's sake. It checked all the boxes, and still watching it made you feel weird. It has since been scrubbed from both Fallon and Ray's social accounts, but still can be found. I'm curious. Curious. I want to see it. Let's do that at the end because I don't want to have you wait 2 minutes now just because I want to see it, but I'll add it to the end and watch it. The reason it was high quality for the wrong context. TikTok dances are shot on an iPhone 9:16 aspect ratio compared to TV's 16:9 near the subject. Wide angle, often in a bedroom or kitchen, and at the time lasted 60 seconds max. At their best, a good TikTok is a little sloppy, and that's the point. That's the context for the channel. That's what is quality on the channel. Same concept applies to B2B SaaS content. Well, I wouldn't say first thing, it's not the channel. I mean, you can call it a channel, it's a platform. Second, it's not that this is what is quality on it, but what is expected and what is the culture of that platform. It might sound like a silly semantic and pedantic difference, but people on those platforms still know what quality is. They just don't want to be faced with the quality. It's a big difference. I remember out of my private, I was how would you say it? Project coordinator, leader, uh, running the business of a cultural center for a few years. And we had events, and I remember that one dude came one day for during one of our events, and he had it was like a little subculture niche thing, and he had on a suit that it reeked of money. Like, and he came with women that were wearing dresses where each of the suits and each of the dresses easily cost more than most people make in a month at work. You know, and I told him, hey, whoa, I mean, you can come in, absolutely no problem, but we're, uh, like a dirty little subculture thing here, Like, I can promise that you can go in there and not have someone spill a drink accidentally, a beer or something over one of your ladies or the drinks, or, like, I don't want you to get mad then. And I remember his answer, his reply, his response, and it stuck with me. It was like, I was just in the city in clubs where one cocktail costs me $100 or even more. I was there to see people and to be seen by people. Now I want to have fun and to relax, and I heard your location is great. I just want to have fun. I don't want to be seen. And I said, oh, wait, that's the right thing to come in. And like 2 hours later, I saw him in there with his shirt open, belly got beer got out, drinking these normal drinks and everything, and having his fun with the ladies. Everything, they loved it too. And in that moment, I understood the context is important. In that moment, he knew what a quality cocktail is, what a good everything is. But what did he want? Did he want this stylized thing, or is it something else he wants? I think that's important to understand. People have this, and there is a big difference in my mindset and my feelings and my motivation if I click on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, or LinkedIn to look through stuff. I've got a completely different mindset. You can look it up. Gary Vaynerchuk has that great, he calls it PAC. Yep, platform and culture. Great concept to understand it a bit. Gary Vaynerchuk on PAC. Just look it up, and now let me continue a bit. Quality is purpose plus context. The challenge then is identifying when and where to apply which standards. Yep, the way we think of it is quality is the intersection of purpose and context. Purpose. What specific outcome does this content need to achieve? SEO content needs to capture traffic and convert. White papers need to build credibility with enterprise buyers. LinkedIn posts need to drive engagement and position expertise. Different purposes require completely different quality criteria. Context. Who's consuming this, where, and what do they expect? Search users want quick answers. C-suite executives expect authority signals. LinkedIn audiences value authenticity over polish. Context determines which quality markers actually matter. When you nail both purpose and context, you can ignore traditional quality rules that don't serve your specific situation. Miss either one, and even high quality content fails, or at best wastes time and resources. And here's the point, waste resources. That's why sometimes I argue with my client that it's better to do low quality stuff as long as we don't know the context and stuff behind it, because it takes less resources. This explains why that one size fits all quality checklist your team uses doesn't work. Why if you have one for everything, then it's, whoa, bad news. Why some of your most polished content gets ignored while rougher pieces drive results. Why copying what works for other companies can backfire. Where the same quality rules create different results. Here are 3 examples of how different contexts demand different quality approaches. What you're doing, quality standards, thought leadership, SEO, AEO, LinkedIn. What you should be doing, three quality standards, thought leadership, SEO, AEO, LinkedIn. High volume AEO, SEO content. Most content people look at most content people look at most content people look at high volume AEO, SEO content and see everything wrong with modern marketing. I've been one of them. Minimal research, basic writing, no original insights, cookie cutter structure. If you apply traditional quality standards, this content often fails the test. But this content has its own quality standards. Its first audience is AI or search engines. So the goal is a well-crafted strategy to target search intent. If it answers the user's query, it's doing exactly what it should. It doesn't need to meet some higher level of journalistic excellence because that's secondary in this context. A massive SEO post. Whoa. Not sure if you can hear that in the background or not. Construction site started. Too close to my home. A mass of SEO posts can even give these engines a signal boost. You can then use traffic data from these low effort posts to determine which ones to refresh into more traditionally high quality pieces. For example, we're working with a customer in the industrial operations space to produce over 20 articles per month that primarily target answer engines like ChatGPT, Perplexity, and Google's AI overviews. The writing is solid, the style is on brand, and the pieces contain new insights. But these articles would never meet our traditional quality standards. And for AEO, that's okay. Again, sorry if you hear that in the background. Here are other aspects of quality in an AEO context. You need to refresh more content more often compared to traditional SEO. You need to answer a much higher number of queries and their variations. You need to avoid AI-generated slop and apply your voice without going into highfalutin thought leadership territory. More than anything, quality in AEO content comes from the craft and thought you put in the orchestration of the entire program versus the individual pieces. Survey-driven white papers. Now flip to white papers. All those quality marketers that high volume SEO content can skip, they define the medium. You can't have a good survey-driven white paper without original research, good writing, and professional design. The purpose and the context both demand credibility markers. Enterprise buyers are using white papers to build internal business cases and justify significant budget decisions. They are sharing it with procurement teams, forwarding it to colleagues, and using it on board presentations. If your white paper looks hastily produced or lacks credible data, it undermines their and your professional reputation when they reference it internally. We created a white paper for a fintech client that took several months to produce. Original surveys of fraud prevention experts, custom interviews, professional design, and charts. It generated millions in pipeline from enterprise prospects who downloaded and shared it across their organizations. The quality bar was high and deserved the amount of time and resources we spent. Interesting to see. Will we see that? Okay, no, it's a how. Just another article. LinkedIn thought leadership. And when it comes to LinkedIn thought leadership, an overproduced piece of content doesn't perform any better than a simple one. In fact, most C-suites and founders we talk to say just posting regularly improves performance over time. And that makes sense. The purpose is to educate, entertain, and distract, sometimes all three. The context is that it's seen for a few precious seconds, if at all, and because of that, it's largely inconsequential if a post goes out with a typo or missing punctuation. You don't even need to use traditional capitulation if you don't want to. Ironically, it may even signal authority, confidence, and the human at the keyboard. LinkedIn rewards personality and timeliness over polish. It rewards posting consistently. A hastily written hot take about an industry development is more likely to outperform a carefully crafted evergreen post. At best, a post you spent hours worrying about will perform the same as the post you wrote in 10 minutes between meetings. Think twice, it's alright. This might all sound like I'm saying you should lower your standards, but that's not the case. I'm saying you should pause and determine what standards you should work to decide where to invest your time and how much to give. Knowing how to make the judgment is the skill that separates successful content programs from busy work. question is not, is this content objectively good? It's, is it good for its intended job? Anything more risks draining resources. When you treat quality as a strategic choice, not a universal standard, you'll know when good enough is the smarter play. That's what delivers real results. I like it because it shows that they opened their eyes to an important aspect. Exactly. Very often this, oh, we have to abide by these standards, it's just, how should I say it, almost a bit of incestuous desire to like appeal to each other. Let me try something with paint. Let's see if I can. I often say this. This is the. Whoa. I clicked wrong. I clicked wrong. Sorry. Let's go this way. Here. Yeah, great. My absolutely awesome skills, I know. So, this is the skill level that most experts think are perceived. Like, the better something is, the easier it is to tell it is good. You can't tell the differences between this level here and this level here. And people think, oh yeah, the expert think, oh, it's important to do these little things and to upgrade it again and again and again and again. But how it really works is usually for most people who are not in your field, and as marketers, as experts, you usually do stuff for not experts, like you're a videographer, if you're an IT consultant, if you're a programmer, if you're a software engineer, if you're a bricklayer, it doesn't matter. In every job, it's the same. People judge it more like this. It works, good, then they don't see any difference, and then they say, oh, it's really good. And all of this, it should be on one line, like horizontal, is they don't see a difference between this and this. Like, you could be here with your skill, or you could be here. And the average consumer does not perceive the difference between these two levels. They don't. So you spending so much energy to get this difference here is completely useless. It's just use and worthless. Okay? Just wanted to. You won't see my mouse that easily. Like here, this part, all of this, all the resources you put into this difference can be completely useless. Okay? Just so you know. I want you to know that. I see it way too often. Like, of course, there are subtle, small things that make it absolutely big difference between quality and what it is. And people can't tell you why they think something is better, but it's these subtle little things. But in general, make it viable, make it good enough, make it with the least resources necessary to make it good enough. Okay? And then work on iterating it to make it better. But don't try to get this industry standard of good. What is good? If you go into, for example, web designers, most courses, universities, whatever, that teach these things don't go, hey, here's the design that converts the best. How do we define? Oh, it's interesting. How do you define it? What is good? Oh, it's an industry standard. Yeah, a lot of industry experts tell each other what they think is good. Now, quite often, it does not work with the real clients and consumers. Like that was marketing. The internet and social media showed us that. All the experts were angry. How can these posts work and everything? It's the same. Mr. Beast, famous example. He could not work with people who had classical educations in movie productions because the way he did it was so different for that medium, for the type of content, for the type of videos that he wanted to produce. And that's important to know. Yes, absolutely. I think the whole article was written a bit still from someone who comes from the mindset of, oh, these objective standards are objective, who has not yet understood most likely they were never that objective. They were more a bit of circle jerking. Okay? It's the same. Was most likely a bit more circle jerking than everyone wanted to admit it. And now that it got democratized with more people being able to just produce and just create stuff, a lot of it was torn down with, hey, you see, that was really never that important for the result as you thought it was. Just saying. Sadly, didn't give me good counter arguments for people who use high standard argument as a cheap excuse. I thought it would, it didn't. Still I liked it. Good article overall. With that, I hope you like me going through all of these articles, through news, trends, research papers, that I share my experience and my opinion with you, even if I talk a lot, but I hope you like that. If you like what I do, consider giving me a positive signal. Leave a like. Yeah, like is nice. Give a comment. Subscribe to the channel. Subscribe or follow. It's the best thing you can do. It's 1 or 2 clicks, but it helps this channel tremendously, and it gives me quite clear signal that you want me to do this more and more and more. And with that, I finish this article and jump right to the next one. Wish you all the best. Oh, well, nice. Yeah, burden of quality, got that. Ah, I forgot. Yeah, well, then I'm going to watch it with the people who are live. So now I realize I don't know if I'm allowed to, like, because of all of that other stuff. I'm not even, I have no clue if I'm allowed to watch that. So, and now, yeah, okay, this got enough text. The last one that I think is really has an interesting topic. I hope the article is good. I'm curious for sure. Let's see. No one there, no one there. All right. Just going through the left. Yep. Yep, again. Lovely. Great. Yep, works well. Well, you know, guys, you know. Yep. All right. Just wanted to make sure that everything works. You know, during my live streams, I gotta check it every now and then because I have no clue why the connections and everything. Sometimes it just decides to do something weird. You know. So what else? Oh, pretty much. Ooh, 2 hours already. Okay. 2 hours in already. Written by Robert Rose for the Content Marketing Institute. Screenshot the statement. Now let's get to the next article. Written by Robert Rose, How to Protect Your Most Important and Undervalued Marketing Asset. Written for the Content Marketing Institute. Many companies are slashing investment in marketing talent while accelerating AI adoption. Those who don't follow the trend have a once-in-a-generation opportunity. Okay. Oh, let me make it a bit bigger so you have it easier to read along with me. Like this. Yep. So let's go through it. The future of marketing is apparently that is too big. Sorry, but this is too much. Yeah, too much. I want to have more space to read. Thank you. The future of marketing is apparently not people. Every week brings another CEO bragging or at least rationalizing that they can't cut marketing teams and let AI pick up the slack, as the Wall Street Journal bluntly asked and answered recently. What do you hire a 22-year-old college graduate for these days? For a growing number of bosses, the answer is not much. AI can do the work instead. Geez, that's depressing. And this mindset isn't just hype cycle chatter. In CMI's upcoming B2B content and marketing trends insights for 2026 report, we asked about spending priorities for 2026. The result, small spoiler alert, human resources, headcount, training, and talent development rank dead last. I probably don't even need to tell you what came in first. I'm really blown away by that result. Here's the absurdity. If AI can replace entry-level marketers today, then the next rung up the ladder is just waiting for slightly more advanced AI tomorrow, and the rung above that by something even more sophisticated. Well, yeah, that's kind of the point. That's the whole AI will do all our jobs, and do everything. That's the trope behind that. How many rungs before your CMO is suddenly an entry-level position just waiting for a software update? When you hire someone entry-level, you're not hiring a blank whiteboard. You're betting on a messy, invaluable thing we call human experience. What do you think those summer internships were for? The co-op programs, the backpacking across Europe self-discovery tour, all of it builds perspective, judgment, and creativity. When you hire an entry-level marketer, you're hiring potential. And that potential is based on an investment in the human experience. If that investment doesn't matter anymore, then what exactly are businesses building? AI might be the accelerant, but it's hardly the cause of the fire. Marketing has been on a technology binge for years, treating teams like accessories to the tools instead of the other way around. And when businesses do invest in people, it's usually just to teach them how to push the buttons and grind away at the video game of performance marketing. Level up your CTR, collect a badge for MQLs, and unlock the boss level dashboard. Should we really be surprised then when leadership starts to wonder if robots could play the game better? People are a forgotten asset. Isn't it funny how every balance sheet can tell you exactly how fast a server depreciates, how quickly a laptop loses value, or what the amortization schedule is on your software licenses? Most businesses meticulously track the decline in the value of tools, but very few bother to measure the opposite, how people appreciate and value the longer they work. Worse, recent research shows that companies aren't just underinvesting in people, they're actively slowing the roll on developing talent, especially in marketing. According to Wiley's Workplace Intelligence report, nearly three-fourths, 74% of employees say the company offers some form of professional development. Sounds good, right? Until you see that only about a third get training in soft skills. The very things AI can't fake, and just half, 49%, report opportunities to learn beyond the mandatory box checking sessions. This I'm not sure what is meant exactly. Maybe I'm not corporate enough. Marketing gets hit even harder. A recent Momentum ITSMA study showed that companies spend on average of just 1,341 per FTE on marketing enablement, less than half of what they spend on sales. In other words, the sales team gets a Cadillac and steak knives. The marketing team gets fired. Well, I mean, the sales. Oh, okay. That's a quiet. That's the quiet tragedy of today's obsession with MarTech. Employees aren't treated as appreciating assets, they're treated as overhead to be minimized. Headcount is a cost line, not an investment line. That's bizarre when you think about it. The machine gets a maintenance contract, but the marketer who wants to sharpen the skills gets told to Google it on their own time. What gets lost in that mindset is the multiplier effect. People don't just add capacity, they add perspective. They connect dots no algorithm would draw. They notice when the obvious customer journey feels robotic. They invent the campaign that makes people care. When you ignore the appreciation curve, sorry if you hear that sound in the background, there's a construction site recently that opened way too close to my home. So they invent the campaign that makes people care. When you ignore the appreciation curve, you don't just undercut your teams, you undercut your customers. Because loyalty doesn't come from tools, it comes from people. Human is the loop. The problem isn't just devaluing humans, it's also about this fantasy that the next big competitive advantage will magically arrive from the cloud, wrapped in an algorithm. New automation platform that will fix lead quality. New analytics dashboard that will unlock ROI clarity. New AI tool that will finally make content scale. All with fewer people. So now, even when companies do invest in their teams, the training often stops at teaching them how to push the buttons, master the dashboard, and configure the prompt. It's less marketing talent development and more like flight school for a video game. And the irony is that this approach to technology inevitably gives senior leadership the cue to see marketing teams as replaceable with AI. After all, if the job is just playing the game faster, machines will always win. This is where the AI conversation gets particularly dangerous. Generative AI promised to relieve humans of the tedious mechanical work, bring them to be more strategic, more creative, more human. In reality, we've wrapped our rationalizations around this new concept called humans in the loop. This often means marketers are demoted to glorified spell checkers and fact checkers for machine output, not creators, not strategists, just custodians of content they never had a hand in shaping. But that's a wrong loop entirely. Humans shouldn't just be in the loop. Humans should be the loop, the spark, the judgment, the strategy that gives every tool meaning. The opportunity in the blind spot. Here's the upside of all this doom and gloom. When everyone else cuts investment in people, the companies that don't will stand out. Because author Rita McGrath, I hope I didn't butcher the name. Yeah, writes about the end of competitive advantage. All advantages are temporary, and the only sustainable edge is the ability to adapt more quickly than everyone else. Didi, oh, hello, glad to see you. Nice that you like this channel. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate anyone who's doing this. The chat is not open for everyone, but it's still visible for me. If you got any questions, anything you want to talk about, feel free to drop it in the chat. Right now, I'm going through articles live as usual about industry, marketing, anything in that field. So, what fuels adaptability? Not tools, people. Tools get replaced every budget cycle. Teams carry forward the judgment, creativity, and customer empathy that led a business leap to the next curve. Right? Right now, in this very moment, when human investment is ranked dead last, there is a massive opening. Businesses that bet on the people instead of starving them have a chance to build loyalty from the inside out. Because when employees feel like they matter, they create experiences that make customers feel like they matter. That's a competitive advantage no AI dashboard can manufacture. So how do you do it? Not with empty culture posters, but with concrete, practical moves that prove you're serious about teams. How to reinvest in marketing teams. There's a wonderful axiom called Gall's Law. A complex system that works is invariably found to have evolved from a simple system that worked. Too often in marketing, we turn to complexity with technology, and when it doesn't work, we overlook the obvious. The simple human process was never there to begin with. If you want your teams to stop looking like replaceable button pushers, you stop treating them like button pushers. Start with the simple human systems that work, then layer the tools on top. Here are 5 ways to flip the script. Make training a growth lever, not a perk. Don't bury development under when budget allows. Tie it directly to business goals. If revenue targets rise, so should training budgets. Every new tool should come with equal investment in how people will use it to create real value. Invest in the skills machines can't fake. Technical training matters, but soft skills, storytelling, collaboration, judgment, creativity are what make human indispensable. Teach marketers how to think, not just how to push the buttons on the CRM or CMS systems. Encourage creative friction. Efficiency is overrated. Yep, really. Don't over-automate the spark out of your teams. Leave space for debate, experiments, and even the occasional dead-end idea. Innovation doesn't come from perfect dashboards. It comes from messy human collisions. Build careers, not gigs. Mentorship, feedback loops, and clear career path turn employees into long-term assets. A marketer who grows with a company becomes a strategist, not just an operator. If experience matters, prove it by making room for people to build it. Balance the ledger with tools and talent. For every dollar you spend on the platform, earmark $1 for the people running it. Otherwise, you're just buying faster race cars with no trained drivers. Bet on people. Tools can optimize, people invent. Yet businesses are mistaking tools for strategy and forgetting that people are the only real differentiator. That's why the companies that double down on the teams have a once in a generation opportunity. Because when people feel supported, they create experiences that no dashboard, no AI prompt, and no algorithm can replicate. Machines depreciate. People appreciate and value when you invest in them. Bet on people and you'll build things no machine can copy. Trust, loyalty in the brand that actually matters. It's your story, tell it well. Okay. Okay. Robert Rose is the chief troublemaker at Seventh Bear. Okay. Okay, I like that. I like that article. Let's see. Any links? Nope. I think I already got him. I just seems like something I already read before. Let's see. Are we connected? No, we are not. Yes, we are connected. As I said, already got him. Already got him. Got good insights. I like that. I quite like that. I think a few points were missed and not discussed that one could delve into deeper, like how you can porch careers, not careers, experts. Because if multiple people get fired in an agency or something, even the better ones start looking around. And if you've got a good reputation of taking care of your employees, it's another argument to get good people. No, I liked it a lot. I liked it. I think it's good. I think it's a good article. Respect. As usual, if you like what I do, if you enjoy me going through this article, through this news, trends, research papers in this field of marketing, be it websites, PPC, email marketing, or whatever, consider supporting this channel. Leave a like, leave a comment, subscribe to the channel or follow it. It's 1 or 2 clicks for you, but it's completely free, costs you nothing, and yet it helps this channel tremendously. Helps me a lot, and I see that you want me to keep doing these kind of things. And with that, I thank you all very, very much, and we end this article and get to the next part of the stream. So, now I'm curious. What? Okay. Okay, interesting question. Now, let's go to the question here. Okay. Give me just a second, and I'll answer your question about the AI. Okay? Wrong. See it? Did not see it. It does not work. Interesting. Tune it in this way. So, Guido, interesting question. What do you think about the future of A/B marketing for B2B using AI? Now, that's a question that immediately goes quite deep into the territory. I think it's going to stay. It's, of course, very important. The question is, what do you mean with AI? It's like using AI. It's so intensely used and the buzzword that I'm not sure what people mean in general. Creating more variations, creating more different stuff, absolutely. Here to stay, is here, will stay here, absolutely important for all of us, because you can create the different variations so easily. You can be so productive creating the different variations. And I think it's not that well reversed, but it's an interesting topic that we've got to talk about is the feedback loop. Now you can do A/B testing, A/B mark, get the different versions, have the AI have, hey, here are our, like, for example, here's our brand guide, here's this tonality, what are the few points that we want to have used, what is all the important stuff to declare it, like da da da. then go to the creative department, have them work with an AI or create content, the text and everything, and then have multiple variations. And then you can send it in, test them out, get the data, which worked, which didn't work, what was liked, what wasn't liked. And then what is the most interesting stuff is you can compile all of that and give it another feedback loop for the AI and then say, hey, what worked best? Why did it work best? We want more of that type that worked better. Give us an analysis of what it is, what differs from all the others, and why did it work. But I think we are not quite there yet, because just as an example, I did that. I analyzed LinkedIn comments for a while, my postings and stuff, put all the data into a spreadsheet, gave the data to an AI, had it analyze it, and it gave me just cookie cutter responses like, oh yeah, X is liked and Y is not liked. Oh, you should. And then the typical 5, like what every beginner would tell you, because it's spewed so often on the internet. It's just repeating it, but it's not the real information. It contradicted specifically the data I had, because some of the advice it gave was like, oh, this post X, is bad because it doesn't have a good hook. It literally took the best post I had of the whole time and said it had a bad hook. Why? Because it was not designed in the way that makes it work usually. What do you mean? Wait. I'm talking about using AI to do IP tracking and remarketing and laser targeting. Do you have other recommendations? Well, it's an interesting topic, because it depends on where you live, and with you go into a field of what are you going to do? How do you get the data? Is it allowed or not? First thing, never do anything illegal. Extremely important. Don't do anything illegal. I assume, I don't know where from, like for example in the European Union, it's way stricter. We also see that stuff like the whole cookie, getting personalized data, is going to be not that easy anymore. We've seen a lot of development there. With the IP tracking, I would have to look more into the technology, because it makes grand promises. But like nowadays, with the IP4 still being used, it's like, how many the ISP, how many users do you have the same IP? How often do they give the same IP away to multiple users? It's a common thing. How much can I trust the IP? What is the IP? Is the IP really the end user? What if I have like a big company, 1,500 people working there? How muddied will be my results, because they have one external IP that connects the whole company, the whole intranet, where the different users are. What now? Dorm rooms, web. I'm just not completely. What if I'm around with my phone? I step from space A to space B. My Wi-Fi is on. I go into a restaurant. I use the restaurant's Wi-Fi, another IP. Like, you will have to use session and other tracking matrix, other tracking data. Yeah, it's like, I think people will try to work on it. I think people will try to get it working. I'm not sure yet how good the data tracking will be. And an important question, like right now we're in an AI hype. Everything is and has to be AI, and we add AI to everything. Something a lot of people don't consider is these companies don't make money. They don't make money yet. Is it financially beneficial and worth it to use an AI to track all the data and process it, and then give us these small results, like, oh, this is the best to track him, or to deliver this ad to that person? That is something we will see. I don't know yet. You use your HubSpot suite. I want my marketing campaign to be able to reach each company directly, like a retargeting campaign. What do you mean, like cold outreach? What are we talking about? Are we talking about setting ads up so that these people see it, like for example in LinkedIn, where you can set it up so that the ad is played to people from these companies? Or are we talking cold email campaigns to these potential leads? or what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm not sure right now. Sorry. And I think those are big differences in how it would work out. Maybe it's because I'm doing so many different projects and I'm doing so many different things that, you know, directly reach each company directly. I can send a mail, a digital email, or even a mail. I can send that on old school if I want to reach them directly. So what is the context of this all? Give me a moment, just 1 second. Like, yeah, just wanted to show you something. Yes, I'm doing digital marketing and everything. Absolutely. I'm doing websites, I'm doing PPC, I'm doing ads, but I also do letters. This is old school, red, white, just a letter printed out. I have a bot that go through all the new companies that were founded in the last month from the source, legal, everything legal, and depending on the business, on the industry, and such, I consider sending them this email, this letter. It's old school. Almost no digital agency does that. I just sent them out. Hey, congratulations to starting your business. Do you need someone for your marketing? Basically, simply said. Yep. Code campaigns, I already use HubSpot for such, but I'm thinking about the future of AI for this. Well, it will evolve for sure. The problem with future discussions, like, oh, what is the future of this, is we don't know. There is such a giant unknown. How do these AI companies develop? Right now, they are not developing as great as they promised they would. Are we on a plateau that will not develop further? Could be. Who knows? Another question could be, what is the legal situation? What this? The European Union had quite strict suddenly with the GDPR. Suddenly, oh, cookies weren't allowed. That you have to get the opt-in and this and it changed the whole game. Completely changed the game. We don't know how AI use and the tracking will be declared legally. Right now, we've got a bit of a framework, but who knows? And then the next step is, what are the companies going to do? The companies themselves are tremendously influential in this whole game after all. You gotta consider that. Like when Apple just declared, now we're not gonna do the whole cookie thing anymore. Bam! Bam! What happened to Metapixel? Everything became different, more expensive. You had to learn all of these different tricks. Same will apply to these things. Like, mm, like the ChatGPT company. They're creating their own browser. What kind of browser? What will the browser track? What will be used? How will it be used? Who will get the data? Like last week, the week before, Google shut off their what was it? Not the NPM. NPM was the hack. Their I forgot something. The Google changed one of their parameters, so you can't get 100 results on the result page anymore, but just 10. Just 10. What happened? A whole ecosystem changed. All of these SEO tools, ranking tools, and so all of them suddenly don't work correctly anymore. Well, not all of them, maybe some do, who knows? They're already scurrying to get it solved. But it's a big issue. It's a big issue. Suddenly, you don't know what will happen. 2 weeks ago, no one would have known that. What is Google going to do with Android? What is Google to do with Chrome? Which data is allowed to be scraped and not? What will the ChatGPT company? Why don't I? Why do a ChatGPT company? No. What was it again? OpenAI. Yeah, right. OpenAI. What if OpenAI changes the game with another thing? I mean, interesting is the thing. Not sure if you've seen it or not. What Gemini, as the Google stuff about Gemini. Let me look at it for a moment, just to see if I've got it. Yeah. Now the chat is banned by me. Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Sorry, just going to, yeah, this is my channel. Gotta check the video. I mean, I was amazed at that thing. This is, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Just give me a second. Going through. Just give me a second. Yeah. The Google Analytics. The Google Analytics MCP server. That one is interesting. That I would look into if I was you. Yeah, I would really look into that little thing. You can watch the video. I'll post it just a moment into the chat, just so you can watch that video next. There you go. Yep, there you go. With that, you have it. Like, I'm just gonna do a quick thing. It gets all your data. It gets all of your data of everything, like Google, GA4, everything, Search Console, gets all of that data, analyzes it, and then you have an instance where you can talk to it and get results. Like, send it queries. Hey, what were our good results? Instead of having to go through 3, 4, 5 dashboards, analyzing everything, coming up with, hey, how could I compare? You just ask it and it gives you, here are the top selling products per unit sold. Here is this. I think this will be coming for sure. Like, this will be coming extremely for everything. Like, there, top selling products. Tell me, what should I do? How should I use it? Core audience, who bought it? What was the top selling product? How did direct and organic search work? What is the best marketing strategy we could use? I think these things of making dry statistics and data more palpable for normal humans who are not that data and math driven, and who might get a bit tired out of looking at a dozen different, pie charts and stuff, bar charts and lines and this. For those people, I think this will be great. And of that, I think we will be seeing way more of this stuff coming sooner or later. Absolutely. That's a given, at least in my opinion, that more of this kind of stuff will come. Thank you for this. Well, hey, you're welcome. I love doing this kind of stuff. Telling people, helping, that's all this is about, after all. Yeah, here I'm live. As I said, you can see all of my old clips and stuff on my YouTube channel, of course. But this is what I'm doing. I'm going through, because I'm an agency owner. I've been doing this for many years. The agency, just a few years before that, I was business development, project coordinator and stuff. And I've been doing that for like 15 years now. And I almost go daily through news, like reading articles, research papers, just to stay in the loop. And recently I thought, hey, instead of doing it all alone at home, I might consider just doing it live, streaming, so people can ask me, because quite a few people enjoyed asking me stuff and talking to me about stuff, but they can't afford me as a consultant. And I think I'm a good guy, like, it's hard for me to push away someone who's got a small business and who doesn't have the money. Because I remember when I was so broke, I remember what it was like. And I want to help people make more money and be more successful so that they are more successful. Once they make enough money, they should hire me. It's that easy. Once you can afford me, hire me. Because you already know that I know what I'm talking about. And so I started thinking, a fair deal is okay, I'll do these free consultations. I'll give my advice for free, everything, even deep dives, not just the videos, but like, okay, live, ask me whatever you want. I will answer everything as if you were a paying client, but I get to have content. And that's fair. Because this way, maybe you ask me something that someone else already asked. Then I can show you, hey, this video. Just look at that video. Or in exchange, like you asked me something, so now I can tell it someone else and say, hey, if I ever get asked that again, I can show them, hey, this is the video, they'll look it up. And this way it helps me create content, and it helps me help more people, because sometimes I don't even think of the questions. I hope that this was somewhat all right for you. What do you think? Yeah, cool to have you as a follower. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for watching this. Thank you for genuinely. Thank you for taking your precious time for this. As I just explained, I tend to. You can absolutely connect with me. Absolutely. Wait. Da, 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 da. There. Should have said. Yeah, looks like it. You can find me, Faisal Milenkovic, on LinkedIn. Just add me, no problem. But I gotta warn you, I don't give away free advice in any other format. I only do it in keynote speeches and during my live streams. So, if you've got any questions, you will have to jump on the next stream. But of course, I also spread information. I help a lot. I give information, stuff, everything away for free. So if that's what you like to do, if you want to learn more and find out more, feel free to follow me and to get each other connected on basically on every platform. You can be on LinkedIn, I'm on X too, everywhere. But like Instagram, I'm not very often on these others. LinkedIn and X are the two best working platforms to connect with me. And I tend, of course, YouTube. YouTube is great. Follow me on YouTube, because there you get all the information and a lot of stuff from me. Wait. So that people don't see what there is about. Glad you enjoyed it. Glad you liked it. So, and with that, which was it? Wait. Let me just look at this. Which is the break. Nope. Camera full view is 7. Yeah, that's a weird combination. Yeah. All right, glad to hear. Glad you liked it, man. Thank you very much. Very much. I appreciate every single person being into 10 followers. Wait, wow. Wait. I'm on 10 followers. I achieved the success. Nice. I think it is, isn't it? I think 10 people is like a Twitch goal, isn't it? Yeah, I know. 10. Most people would say, oh, it's nothing. For me, it's a lot. Okay? I have a boring kind of stream. It's business. I'm doing articles and such. It's not a game. Yeah. We got 10. Yeah. That's cool. Nah, that is nice. I appreciate that a lot. 10 people who trust me to do stuff. I don't know. Whatever. Trust me. Yeah, what? That's cool. Kitty, Ah, cool, man. Cool. Thanks. Thank you very much. I hope you will get a lot out of it. May I ask, what size company are you? Yeah, you were my 10th follower. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Let me, I'm just spreading it on other social media. Like, mm, there, gotta spread it everywhere. So. There we go. Nice. That's nice. Yeah. I gotta get rid of those text messages. Interesting. Too much spam in the channel from my little bot, in my opinion, as I see it now. I'll have all of those messages for know which stream mode we are and such. I'll have that all gone. Lovely. No, this is nice. Thank you very much. Do you have another question for now? Because you just came in right when I was about to end it for today regarding the stream. But I don't want to have you hanging. Now you're here. And I committed to streaming and I'm committed to helping. You're a marketing man. That doesn't mean you're not a comp. You are not a business owner. You're a marketing manager. Okay. In an agency or in-house marketing department? Ah. Hmm. Thanks. Are you still around? I'm not sure how all of these things work. I'm a bit curious. Of course. But I'm curious if you're in-house of a department for a company or if you're in an agency where you have clients. Just curious so I can conceptualize it a bit. And of course, share me with your colleagues. In-house in the UK. Okay, interesting. Let me look up your LinkedIn. Don't worry, I won't spread it. Like I don't show stuff online from other people. Just curious. Aha. Okay. Okay. Cool. I sure hope that is you. I just accepted. Nice. Strategist, huh? Marketing is about repelling people. I like a few of the things I see already. This will be interesting. We will have interesting communication in the future. Yeah. Sadly, I don't have a set streaming schedule right now because I only stream like when I'm in the mood. Basically, I just do it when I'm in the mood. It's not like a big, yeah, my campaign that I will be on this day and this time. It's like, whenever I want, I go online. All the stuff I do, I put as clips on my YouTube channel because I think, well, nobody needs to watch it live. And if people see it live, I usually on Twitter and Blue Sky and Threads and everywhere post just, hey, going live for a few hours. And that's it. Looking forward to it. In-house. Really interesting. Well, with that, thank you very much. Cool. It was a pleasure to get to know you. Do you have wait. Before I go, wait. I've got a question. I'm pretty new to the Twitch and Kick and YouTube streaming and all of these other elements. I'm pretty new to that. I'm way more old school. So I've got a question to you. Do you know any other streams that are like this, where you can talk about business, where you can, hey, AMA about marketing or business or such things? And if yes, could you post them in the chat? I'm just curious. I would like to see other formats to find out, like, what are they doing well and what not. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's interesting. Really interesting. I like that. I think that can work out. Always hard. Scaling and making more money. Making more good money. That's an important thing for all of us. You don't know. Ah, really? Interesting. Interesting. Well, if you ever do it, feel free to jump in. Rate my channel if you want. I just do it for fun. I recently started. Just, I think it's a third week, like second week, really. I mean, the channel exists for forever, but back in the day, I used it only for like, what is, like for webinars, stuff like that. So I said, hey, I'm going to hold a webinar. Here's the link. I didn't go like stream with the idea of, okay, I'm going to stream and stay online for hours and work on it and have a chat and, get the bot done and have the different, mm, all of those different versions. Because another mode that I have is, let me get it. You get some music in a moment. Ignore it. Not music, like video. Because this is the next. If you like, you can connect with me, LinkedIn, whatever you want. So, this is, for example, another mode. This is where I say, okay, I don't want to talk too much. Like, not I want to talk too much, but I don't want to go through another article again. I'm finished. And then I sit there in the program and I work and I do and I create content and other stuff. And I'm ready to read the channel if someone has questions, but at the same time, I just let my old stuff run so that people who haven't seen it yet can still learn, they can still watch, and they can ask me about my stuff. They can say, hey, you in this article, like blah, whatever. No, whatever question there. And they'll let the interviews with the scientists that I have run too. Just so you know, that's a concept. Thought leaders on Twitch. Well, we'll see. I think, I'll be honest, I don't think that it is very scalable. Like, at this point, we have to discuss opportunity cost. I have a business and I do X. Now, is me putting in the hours to do this right here the best way I can use my time? Most likely not. I'm gonna be honest. If I would be driven purely to think, hey, what is the best method to increase revenue, then there are many methods that would be better than this. I just like testing it because I'm in marketing. I want to know how it works. I want to see the different platforms, the different mindsets. What is streaming? I think live streaming will be a big part of the social media content sphere. I think in the next 1, 2, 3 years, it's going to get more and more and more. So I want to have some experience in it. But it's not the most efficient. If I just wanted to make money, I think just cold calling. If I just took all of this time that I go through, read the articles slower because I read them aloud, I add my own expertise and everything, and I just used all of the time to just cold call people, I would make more money by cold calling. My opinion. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the future of marketing. This is like the 2018 of Instagram, where brands were just discovering how to use Instagram for business. Today, it's a big deal. Yeah, I'm thinking about the implications in lifestyle marketing. Yep, absolutely. To be honest, like I should clip it and put it on my video so I can. I'm right now even thinking about stuff like QVC. History is a cycle. Like just as you had the development of TV, then there were TV spots, then were product placement, and then you had a channel for just long time commercials, a long form commercial. I think the same could be very much done online. Who says you can't? Especially with some of the formats that exist already, like what was it? Just a moment. I haven't saved it. Oh yeah, I did save it. Just a moment, just a moment. What was it? What was it? No, I did not save it. Nope. With a new social media, for example, that Gary Vaynerchuk is on, where the selling and the buying is very well integrated. Who says you can't have a 24/7 live stream to shopping? That easy. Get yourself a small studio, 2 or 3 people working on it, have a 24/7 shift. Allow other creators to join your show. Other creators, other companies, and so on. They can show their product at your studio, just like in the QVC days. As simple as that. Yeah, this is not for sales. It's for brand awareness and brand authority at the same time, connecting with the customers at an intimate level. I think, yeah. Well, for me, it's a bit also about community building. Like CEO and brand would stream more because we have easier setups for that. Yeah, we're talking about meta glasses. Well, that's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting. Though on the other side again, you have to consider I have the time for this. Like I'm not sure if you were in the stream before. When I got a business call, it was important. I had to take it, and so I switched to this little. How should I say it? To this mode. Just let me show you the break screen. Because I can't risk people seeing the screen. Business security, I don't want them to know who I'm talking to. And for some things, I would even be so paranoid that I say, oh, with how close we are with AI or whatever, I don't want them to have my lip movement, lip syncing. Because I might, or others might be sharing their business, who knows what, passwords, information, projects, who's the client, who are they talking to, and maybe an AI can check your lips and so the whole OP security aspect of streaming has to be considered a lot, a lot. What documents can be seen? If I go in with my camera, just live stream and sit down on a meeting, well, what papers do I see? What like complicated issue that I think will be important in the future. Many different aspects to consider, at least in my opinion. We'll see how that will be. But yeah, it's an interesting topic. Absolutely interesting. I think life is. I'm testing it right now on this format because I can't be live and interact with the audience all the time. I can't do it. I have too much work to do. But if this format works, even in the slightest of live and then having my old content curated and just replay to see, hey, what do people like, what not? Like right now, it's pretty much in the beginning. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's a very interesting beginning because I'm programming the bot right now so that you can see the list of all the videos and then you can vote. Okay, which video should be the next one to play? So that when I have more views and the whole audience, and I will create more basic question videos like what is PPC, what is influencer marketing, how does influencer marketing work, like all of these different things. that I then have more of a, hey, you're a beginner, this is a good channel to get as a beginner and have a good community to learn. That's the idea behind it. If it pays out. I don't know, I said I'll commit for 100 days or something like that for now. But yeah, it's a whole conversation. To be honest, it's multiple conversations. But I think you're on the right track there. I think you're on the right track with life has good chances. That life might be. I'm curious how life and AI will work, like with the whole VTuber scene. That's interesting to watch. And then fake AI created avatars. That will be how many, who controls them, who decides what is said. That will be another really, really, really big topic, I think. But well, I appreciate it. I hope I see you on my next stream again. That you jump by. With that, giddy oval, I'd wish you the very, very best. Or is there anything else you want to discuss? Another question for now. I think. Okay, this works, this works, this works. So, I've got to work too. Let's get through it. So, Gideon, was a pleasure. But watch out with giving your real names on stream and such. You know, always watch out. If you got your own channel, do that. For now, watch out. No, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Awesome stream. That's really, really. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. And with that, I will be switching directly over to my video conference mode. Conference, not really. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah. Principal Product Manager by Microsoft Bing. Hey guys, hello guys. Today I've got a really, really interesting guest, Dr. Constanze. It's a pleasure to have you here, to be able to interview you, to talk to you. He's a world-renowned researcher, and he's focused on environmental issues. It's a very interesting take when he starts to explain all of this. There are a few questions that I will have about it, but the aspect of sustainability, of how he coined it in his last book, for example, the addiction that we have nowadays as a society. A few of those thoughts and papers really, really were interesting to me. He's done groundbreaking research and topics and works, and I would really, really like to welcome him now. Dear Constanze, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much for being a guest.
Yeah, my pleasure. Nice to be here. Yeah.
So, for all the guests who don't know you yet, what would you say? What you do? What is your research focused on? Tell us a little bit about. Quite interesting to me. I'm in March. Hey guys. Okay, article SEO versus GEO. What's different? What's the same? Okay. G stands for generative. That's the same basic of SEO old school against AI overviews. Written by Dan Taylor. Okay, Dan, let's get into it. Okay. I hope the text has a good size for you guys. So, learn how SEO and GEO strategies differ and how combining both can boost your visibility across search engines and AI-driven platforms. As some of you guys know, I already have a few videos about that topic. I'm curious to hear what Dan says about it. Search is evolving fast. AI tools now deliver direct answers while traditional search engines still list links. To stay visible, marketers need both search engine optimization and generative engine optimization. This article explains each approach, highlights the differences, and shows how they work together to maximize your search, your reach. Okay, what is SEO? SEO enhances a website's ranking on search engine result pages by optimizing content to align with search engine algorithms. It hinges on using relevant keywords naturally, earning backlinks from trusted sites, and ensuring technical health such as fast load times and mobile friendliness. Historically, success has been measured by metrics like click-through rates and keyword rankings and time spent on page, all of which indicate how well your site satisfies user intent. Okay. Now, next, what is GEO? GEO focuses on preparing content for AI-driven platforms that synthesize answers rather than list links. It aims to make the material easy for AI to parse and cite by using structured headings, clear statements of facts, and authoritative references. GEO success is measured by how frequently your content is cited in AI-generated responses, reflecting your visibility in conversational search. SEO, traditional search engines, Google, Bing, target. GEO, ChatGPT, Gemini, AI overviews, Perplexity, and so on. Focus, keyword, backlinks, site performance. GEO, content structure, factual clarity, citation potential. Success metrics, higher traffic, click-through rates, engagement. For GEO, AI citations, response inclusion, share of voice. User action, click through the website. User action for GEO, read answers with source references. Optimization approach, manual research, technical SEO. Here, AI-driven analysis, entity optimization. Well, what does that mean? Quite curious. SEO targets traditional search engines by optimizing for ranking signals, including keywords, backlinks, and site performance. GEO, by contrast, targets AI platforms, optimizing for content structure, factual clarity, and citation potential. SEO success is evident in higher traffic and engagement, and GEO success manifests as AI citations and inclusion in generative answers, where users read your content directly within the conversational interface. While they target different platforms, SEO and GEO share foundational principles that guide high quality content creation. Dig deeper. How to implement generative engine optimization strategies. What SEO and GEO have in common? SEO and GEO share a common goal of delivering content that truly meets users' needs. Both approaches start with understanding the questions your audience is asking and crafting answers that satisfy those queries. Shared goal, satisfy user intent. By focusing on user intent, you ensure that whether someone lands on your page from a search result or encounters your content in an AI-generated response, they find the information they came for. Yep. Content quality is non-negotiable. Both search algorithms and the AI models favor accurate, well-researched, and up-to-date material. Investing time in fact-checking, citing reputable sources, and maintaining clarity boosts your rankings on traditional search engines and increases the chances that AI systems will cite your work. Content quality builds credibility with human readers and with the AI algorithm that parse your pages. Okay. Structure supports visibility. I'm going to go through it a bit and then I'll share my thoughts about that. Structure supports visibility. Clear headings, subheadings, and logical flow help search crawlers evaluate relevance and context while guiding AI engines to extract key facts accurately. Okay, well organized content is easier for people to scan and for machines to parse. Both SEO and GEO best practices emphasize concise paragraphs, occasional bullet points for lists, and summary boxes where appropriate. Ongoing optimization matters. Regular monitoring and refinement underpin. Dig deeper. What is content readability and how to make your content easier to read? What, you want to go through that? Okay, next. We can do that then. Regular monitoring and refinement underpin both approaches. Search algorithms evolve and AI models continually retrain on fresh data. Reviewing performance metrics like click-through rate, search rankings, or AI citation frequency helps identify when to update content, add new insights, and restructure sections. This ongoing cycle of analysis and refinement keeps your content competitive across both traditional search engines and AI-driven platforms. User experience is the ultimate test. User experience underpins all of this work. Whether someone clicks a link to your site or reads an AI-generated summary that includes your content, the ultimate measure of success is how effectively you deliver value. By prioritizing clear communication, accuracy, and ease of use, you satisfy audiences and signal trustworthiness to both search engines and generative platforms. Okay. Rather than choosing one over the other, the most effective strategy blends both approaches. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. A lot of fluff. For me, not a lot was said yet. Integrating SEO and geo. To combine SEO and geo, start by reviewing your best performing content and enhancing it with clear subheadings, concise data points, expert quotes. This satisfies AI extraction needs without harming your SEO foundation. Broaden your research to include full questions and conversational phrases that both people and AI might use. Finally, apply structured data markup to provide context that benefits all discovery methods. I recently went through an experiment and research paper that analyzed it way more in detail regarding which what of that is good, you know? Ah, let me see for a moment. Where view my channel? Where is it? Is it already online? I think. Just let me show it so that I can show you the video. Which was it? Still. Um, there's freshness of content in search. This mode. Does Google SEO affect LLM optimization? This was a good one. There was a really, really, really good one. Okay. And research results on how to SEO for AI. That was a good one too. How to get your content and brand into LLMs and AI overview. That was a good one too. Just so you said, way more detailed than this one so far, at least so far. Measuring success together. Track SEO performance through your analytics, monitoring, rankings, traffic, and engagement. For geo, track the frequency of AI mentions and the share of voice and generated responses through your measurement dashboards. By comparing trends such as changes in click-through rates alongside shifts in AI citation volume, you can see how adjustments affect both traditional and AI-driven visibility. Practical takeaways. Unlike traditional search results, geo outcomes are generated dynamically and can vary based on user context, prompting, and platform behavior. Aim to create the right ecosystem and variables to increase your chances of being surfaced more frequently and accurately. Okay? Start with clear headings. Use extractable headings that guide both readers and AI through your main points. Ensure each section has a descriptive title that accurately reflects its content. This simple step helps AI models pinpoint relevant facts and makes it easier for human visitors to scan your page. Incorporate compelling data points. Include at least one data point or statistic in each key section. Now, include at least one data point or statistic in each key section to boost credibility and give AI answers concrete figures to cite. Whether it's a percentage, a case study result, or a short survey finding, these numbers demonstrate authority and enrich your narrative. Weave these figures into your text so they feel natural rather than tacked on. Use authoritative references. Add references such as quotes from industry experts or links to reputable studies to reinforce trust. Concise paragraphs that introduce the insight, give context, and explain why it matters will serve both readers and the AI well. Apply geo-focused tweaks. Convert dense paragraphs into numbered steps or short sentences that focus on distinct facts. Add a brief key takeaways box at the end of each significant section to reinforce your main message and create a natural extraction point. Oh man, it's going to repeat itself more and more and more. Conduct regular content audits. Every quarter, review your top performing pages to refresh figures, update expert quotes, refine headings. As search algorithms evolve and AI models learn from fresh data, these audits ensure your content remains accurate, relevant, and structured for maximum visibility. SEO versus geo. SEO and geo serve the same purpose of making your content more visible, but operate in different arenas. SEO drives clicks from traditional search results, while geo secures mentions inside AI generated answers. By blending Yeah, but the goal in geo is also to be clicked and to have people come to my page. Like I feel there's a little something missing. By blending both strategies and optimizing for ranking signals and AI readiness, you ensure that users find you whether they click on links or read instant responses. Start with your best pages and structure and citation and track both metrics to stay ahead in the rapidly evolving search landscape. Well, okay. I think this is missing a bit. Okay, I think it's missing a bit. Like, what are the differences? There are a few things that we could go through. What's different? Different is SEO is static. It is way more static and it is way more slower. That means if you have metadata or a snippet, it is pretty much always the same. It will be shown to all the users on that platform all the time for these queries, and your positioning is pretty static. That means it can move, but it doesn't move very much in fast times. Different in geo, the same question by the same person on the same platform with the same browser even can lead to different answers. And that is a big difference. So your site, you being listed, you being cited, you being linked is not as static as it is under SEO. That means the AI or LLM will present your stuff in a more contextual basis. Usually, I think that's a big difference. I can go through another stuff, and the biggest difference is SEO doesn't have context. The LLM does have context. Like, for example, if I ask, oh, what are the best marketing agencies in Austria or in Germany or in America, depending on where you are, then I find here the 10 best, blah, blah, blah. But with Geo and LLMs, I usually have a whole discussion. It's like, oh, give me the best agencies. And then it gives me a list of a few with the links. And then, oh no, I'm a little company. I only have five employees. We don't have a marketing agency. The best I did so far was TikTok, and I sell apparel to young people. And now suddenly the AI, goes through with completely different queries and looks and gives you a result that is way more tied to you. So it's like, oh, here's an agency that is well known for working well with small companies that are growing and are in branding apparels and work with young audiences that don't have their own marketing agency. Here are 5 examples. And that's a big difference in my opinion. What's the same? What the same is that both of them rank pretty much on the same things. So what you need to do to be good on an SEO listing, to be high in the SERPs, the search engine result page, is mostly the same that you have to do to be ranked well on LLMs or AI tools, AI overviews, and whatever. They're even linking very much because, for now at least, the AIs really lean heavily on the search result pages for what they query and what they find and what they cite. So it's really important to be listed highly in the SERPs. I even have 2 or 3 videos about the topic, like how high the correlation is of what your position in the queries is, what in the SERPs is, and how likely it is that AI will cite you. Well, I think it was okay. The article is okay, maybe for a total beginner, but I think there is no meat. This article did not have real meat in it. I'm sorry. I feel like that was not right. Dan, nice guy. I hope you're a nice guy. I never met you, never talked to you. I'm sorry that I have to say something not so nice, but sorry. I just think there was something missing. Sorry. Maybe a bit more information would be nice. Like not these buzzwords and these platitudes like, oh, check this out. No, how do I check it out? What exactly? How do I check it? How do I check out if I'm in the AI overview or in the LLMs and so on? Like, go deeper, man. Go deeper. But for you guys, if you like what I do, of course, you can always ask me to go deeper. If you like that I go through articles, news, research papers, and this kind of stuff in the marketing field, consider supporting the channel. All you have to do is like the video or subscribe to the channel. It's just 1 or 2 clicks for you. It's free, costs you nothing, but it helps the channel tremendously if you do it. With that, we're going to jump right to the next clip. Okay, peace. And with that, we jump right into the article. Google's new Movera algorithm improves search. All right. Written by Roger Monti. Google's new multi-vector retrieval algorithm, Movera, improves search speed and performs better on complex queries. Well, going to be curious about that. For SEO purposes, and I think it's always very interesting and very well to know what kind of technical algorithms are even being used. Yep, we're recording everything. Google announced a new multi-vector retrieval algorithm called Movera that speeds up retrieval and ranking and improves accuracy. The algorithm can be used for search, recommender systems like YouTube, and for natural language processing, NLP. Although the announcement did not explicitly say that it is being used in search, the research paper makes it clear that Movera enables efficient multi-vector retrieval that appears suitable for large-scale applications by reducing the problem to single vector MIPS, MIPS, allowing the use of off-the-shelf retrieval systems, existing infrastructure, and achieving lower latency and memory usage. Vector embedding in search. Vector embedding is a multidimensional representation of the relationships. Wait, I hear a knocking. Let me just check it out. So, I hope that will work better. Where were we? Vector embedding is a multidimensional representation of the relationships between words, topical and phrases. Words, topics, and phrases. It enables machines to understand similarity through patterns such as. Hello, people. Today, my guest is Joel Bast. He's a world renowned researcher in the different fields of statistics and a lot of sociology and crime. It's very interesting topics he's been researching. He wrote a few books that we've been talking about. He wrote quite a few research papers on the different topics of from drug crime to white collar crime. But in my personal opinion, what I'm the most curious about are his takes on statistics, how they are used, how they can be misused. And he wrote that awesome book about it, Damn It Lies and Statistics. I think it's awesome to have you here. Joel, thank you very much for taking the time to talk with me, to be a guest on this little show. And maybe we should start by you giving my viewers just a little summary of your work, who you are, and what you do.
Sure. I'm a sociologist. I have specialized in what I think of as the sociology of social problems. And what I mean by that is how and why we worry about particular things, when we do. Why is it that one year our attention may be focused on, problem X, and a year later, somehow that's fallen off our radar screen and we're worrying about problems Y or Z or whatever. And, so I've been interested in trying to study that. And that becomes a license for me to look at almost anything. I've written about poisoned Halloween candy. I've written about missing children, and on and on and on. And one of the things that runs through this is I'm interested in the rhetoric that people use. How do they explain what's going on, and how do they explain that this is a problem and this is the sort of problem it is? And an important part of that rhetoric in modern society is the use of numbers, of statistics, so that people are saying, okay, this is true. I know it's true because I've got some number that I can wave at you and tell you that it's correct.
That's a very interesting thing, as you said. It's about what I thought so interesting about your work was
creating a narrative is something that many entities do, from a company in their marketing campaign over political entities to NGOs and NPOs that want to create consciousness, awareness about issues. Now, without any moral value now, I'm not speaking if it's a good thing or bad thing. I just like to talk about the method in itself. And as you said, getting numbers is a very important part of all of this. Like, is it 1% of people who have this issue? Is it 50% of people? And another thing that you mentioned is also the how often and in what way is it repeated and presented? And that's like, how could you like, I mean, of course, as you said, it's a huge amount of topics, but is there any, where I would say, abstraction of method or way that things are chosen and presented to make them more pressing or more interesting or more important? Are there some commonalities to get something to be in the brain of the people?
Well, I think the key thing to understand is that is a word that you just used, choice. Anytime someone's making an argument, they're choosing what they want to say. They're choosing how to make the case, and they're choosing whether to use numbers, which numbers to use, how to use them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's a tendency, I think, to think about numbers as facts. Okay. Now, in the United States, school children in about third grade have a unit that's sometimes called facts and opinions. And the idea is that you'll be told that there are two kinds of statements that people think are true. And one kind is a fact, and a fact is really, really true. Okay. There are 50 states in the United States is a fact. Okay. And then other statements are statements that you may think are true, and you may believe it's true, but another person of goodwill could think that something else is true. I might say The Godfather Part 2 is the greatest American movie, and somebody else might say, no, it's Citizen Kane or Animal House or whatever it is. And when you take that unit in third grade, at the end of the unit, you get a little test. The test will say, here are a bunch of sentences, circle, is this a fact or an opinion? And one of the things you're going to realize in third grade is if there's a number there, it's a fact. Okay, there are 50 states in the United States, and you circle fact. And so we tend to assume that numbers are like little rocks. They're like, they're little chunks of reality that you could pick up the way that a rock collector picks up stones. Okay, and they're just out there in the world. And a far, far better metaphor would be to say that numbers are like jewels. Okay, if you take a picture of, or you look for pictures on the internet of raw rubies or raw diamonds or whatever, they don't look like anything. They look like regular old rocks. And somebody has to take that rock and they have to cut it in particular ways and polish it. And then they place it in a setting so that you look at it from a certain kind of angle. And suddenly you have a jewel. Okay. And, the statistics are like on to that. Somebody has decided to count something. They've figured out how they're going to go about counting it. They've figured out what they want to count. And then they're saying, okay, when you look at what the data that I found, here's the data that I want to highlight for you, that you'll understand is important. So it's not that it's not true. It's not that it isn't a fact, but it is the case that, the raw diamond is a diamond, just like the polished diamond. Okay. But there's a lot of work that goes into producing that thing that we recognize as a jewel. And similarly, there's a lot of work that goes into producing a statistic. And, we need to understand that these numbers aren't just out there. It's not that somebody just reached out and pulled out this number and said, here it is, here's a little chunk of reality. It is, they're making choices about how to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got, I think the interesting take is, I know that from my experience personally, I think way too few people are taught about how numbers can be used to shift narratives, how to create narratives, and how to influence people. I've got two easy examples for that, just for the use. For example, I don't know if you know that. It was like someone I know that I worked with was like, oh, we've got top 1% podcasts worldwide. And then which was factually true. By the way, he defined top 1%. He defined it by numbers of episodes. And he found out, 99% don't have more than 10 episodes. So he was in the top 1% with 20 episodes. Factually true, but not what people would have in mind. And the second example that was the example which got me to your work, honestly. It was a friend of mine told me that example during a meeting, and he recommended me to read your book. And it was a question about doctors. It was like, okay, you go to surgery. If you tell people, hey, this surgery has a 90% survival rate, they'll think, oh, cool, everything's fine. Oh, everything's great. But if you tell them, hey, there's a 10% chance you die, suddenly, oh my God, this surgery, oh my God, what am I going to do? Yeah. It's the same. It's the same, as you said, The Rock. Originally, it's the same. You've got the 100%, but how do I cut it away? How do I polish it? How do I present it? And suddenly it's a completely different thing. And I think that is something that, as you said, many people don't really take into consideration when they see a graph, for example. Where is the zero line? Is it logarithmic or not? Is it like, and so how did you come to research that? How do you get into this field even? What was like okay, I need to look at this.
Yeah, when I was a freshman, I took in college, I took a course on statistics, and it was the usual mind-numbing stuff. Here's the formula for calculating chi-square and so on. And I had a graduate student who was running the statistics lab, and he mentioned that there was a really good book called How to Lie with Statistics. Okay, this is a book that had been written 1950s. Okay, and I was a student in the 1960s, and so it was a reasonably recent book. And it was a little short book, and I went and got this book, and I read it, and it made a big impression on me, and it showed deceptive graphs and a variety of things like that, and I found it very entertaining. And then I went off and went to graduate school and became a sociologist, and at some point I discovered that this book was still in print, and I looked at it again. This is now 30 years later or so, and I'm thinking, oh, this is a good book. Made a big impression on me when I was a first-year student. But if as a sociologist, I think it might be interesting to approach this topic sociologically, to think about the social processes that are going into producing numbers, because his vision was that, well, there are people, maybe they have a political agenda, and so they set the graph up this way, or whatever, there was some kind of agenda. And I was thinking, no, there's something more than that. I'll go around and I will talk to groups of political conservatives, and they will tell me that bad statistics are produced by liberals. Okay, and then I'll go talk to liberals, and they will tell me that bad statistics are produced by conservatives. And I've come to the view that bad statistics are produced by people. Okay, and it just isn't. And what happens, of course, is that if we hear a statistic from somebody that we agree with, and we, and it's a statistic that makes a point that we agree with, we think, hey, that's pretty good. Maybe it's not a perfect number, but it gets at the underlying. When we hear a statistic from somebody that we disagree with, who is making a point that we don't agree with, we become analytic tigers. And we're saying, well, I don't know. Where'd you get that number? How do you do that? Blah, 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 blah. And I think that it's important, to, the key step in critical thinking is always to be critical of your own ideas. Okay, it's easy to be critical of the people you disagree with, and it's more important to make sure that you understand what the assumptions you're making are. Anybody who does a piece of research realizes that in the course of doing that research, they are making choices. They've decided, I'm going to look at this and not that. I'm going to measure this way and not that way. I'm going to use this approach, analytic approach and not that analytic approach. I'm going to incorporate these concepts and not those concepts. And anybody who's honest understands that somebody else trying to study the same thing might have made different choices. Okay. And you need to, and you need to say to yourself, well, have I made good choices? Have I made choices that, I can defend? Have I made choices that make sense? Am I lying to myself? And I think that's what's really going on. So I'm trying, I don't have an agenda. I mean, when I wrote my book, I actually, there are lots of books out there that will have an agenda, and they'll be left-wing books or right-wing books or whatever, and they'll present facts, and I actually made a sheet of paper, and I drew a line down one side, and I listed on one side of the line the examples that would irritate people on the left, and the right side, the number of examples that would irritate people on the right. And I made sure that at the end, when I had the book, I had about the same number, so that because the point was that regardless of which particular things you believe, you need to be aware that the same kinds of stakes or the same kinds of preferences are getting used by people that you agree with and people you don't.
Absolutely. I think that's where you said it's just old school. It's a confirmation bias. I think the word you use, this statistic I like, and it gives me feedback for my worldview. Oh, it's going to be all right. And this one, it's not. So, as you said, analytical tiger, I'm going to use those words. I think that's perfectly said. So, no. How did they come to the numbers? How did they source it? How did they cite it? What is going to, and suddenly, and if I find one little thing where I might have chosen differently, I can say, see, they're biased. They're completely biased. That's why I don't care about these numbers. They're just, that's powerful. I gotta admit, that's powerful. It's like, I work with numbers myself. I do research, statistics and such, not in the academic field, but like in the corporate field. So a business. So I understand the issues behind it. As you say, we all have to take certain decisions. I'm going to look at this or this. How am I going to look at all of this? For me personally, I got just a little story. For me, when I read Milgram's experiment, the book, I was, for the first time, for me personally, was a huge impact to me, was the little part where he wrote at first why these experiments are not correct or proper, and where he described, hey, you got to know, we only have volunteers here. That's already one subset of all people we know, so we don't even know what it would be like if we forced people into this experiment. And to me, I was younger back then, and it was like, wow, I never read that in any psychology or sociology study or anything, and it's such a game changer when you think about it, that to me it created that a desire to say, okay, if I want my paper, my work to be serious, I myself have to be the worst critic, and I have to try to destroy what my result is. I have to destroy it honestly with all of my capabilities. And only if it survives that, then I can say I got something.
Yeah, this is why you have a methods section. I mean, when you're writing a research report, what you should do is you should say, "This is how I got this, result. I looked at these things. I looked in this way, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera." And the theory is that you can then, somebody could come along and they could replicate that. And if they do what you did, they should get the same results. And you can also say, well, I'm going to do it a little bit differently and see what the results are. And that's also, valuable information. Yeah. So, everybody's aware of this on some level. Although when we start talking about, political issues or, the issues of the day, where you've got a little stake invested in the debate and the outcome and so on, it's easy to forget this. And everybody does.
It often gets lost in the translation from the academic field to the newspaper field. Let's say it like that, to the media. It's like, that's why I started reading more the papers themselves instead of the media, because I just look for an article. Oh, that study says that. Okay, I need to read the study itself, at least a short summary, to get a feel what it is really about. Because the media often is like, it's not quite what the study really says. I mean, there are enough jokes of that in the field. That I'm curious, really, really curious about your opinion of something. I personally always thought, okay, there's, as you said, an agenda, either political or money or corporate or anything. And you say, no, no, no. I looked at it from a sociology standpoint. What was the difference? What was the result that you found? Is it more, no, it's just confirmation bias, psychology from the people who want to use it? Or is it more, no, no, it's a goal-driven thing with a lot of manipulation? What is it going on in the field?
Oh, I think there are lots of answers to that, depending upon what you're looking at. I think that all of those things come into play some of the time. Sometimes people are wedded. If you're having an election, we all understand that the people in an election campaign are going to paint their candidate in the most favorable possible terms and look for information that supports them, and so on and so forth. Similarly, one of the hard lessons you learn when you're about 5 is that commercials are not true. They may not be false, but they portray a world that's not strictly speaking true. And when you're an adolescent, you learn that when somebody tells you how attractive you are, they may have an agenda there. So we become aware of these agendas, to some degree, and we discount some of them, but I think that it becomes more problematic when you're counting on people, you're counting on scientists, you're counting on the news media, to deliver you accurate information, and sometimes they do that less well than other times.
Very, very diplomatically said. Respect. That was nicely said. You said also something else that I'm very curious about, the shift of what is important to the people. It's like, this topic is this year's hot topic, this topic is next year's hot topic. Did you find any like rhythm or reason on how and why that changes, or is it just random?
Well, sometimes, there are lots of answers to that question too. Sometimes, something will happen. There'll be a catastrophe of some kind. A natural disaster or something, and that focuses attention on things and say, wow, oh, what's happening here? What's going on here? I think that it's also very important to understand that there's a kind of boredom that takes hold. That is, there's a famous article that got written, this is a long time ago, called "Up and Down with Ecology," and it was written during the early years of the environmental movement. And the guy postulated that at the start, you could get everybody excited, and you can say, okay, we're going to really do something about the environment. We've really got to clean up the environment and so on. And over time, people realize that, well, this is complicated. It may be expensive, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, there isn't, a breaking news story. And partly what you've got is people in the news media that thrive on the idea that they're going to deliver something new. That's why we call it news, right? It's novel. It's exciting, and it becomes boring after a while, whatever it is. Okay, there are in criminology. There are stories about crime waves, and the media will announce, oh, this kind of crime is taking off, and there'll be a lot of attention paid to it for a time. And then people, at some point, that becomes an old story. There isn't a new example of that crime. And, the media are then out looking for some other story. So, I think that sometimes, somebody does a good job of drawing attention to something. There's a book published, or something that gets draws people attention to things. Sometimes it's current events. There is just this continual effort out there to find something new, and you have to remember. I think of there being a marketplace for social problems, and by a marketplace, I mean the kind of bizarre, like you see in an Indiana Jones movie, where there are all these people hawking rugs and copper pots and things like that. And everybody's trying to say, look, buy my rug, buy my this, buy my that. And in the same way, you've got, people who have different causes that they want to draw attention to. Worry about my disease, worry about my kind of inequality, worry about my kind of crime, worry about my injustice. And so they're always out there trying to get attention. And, the merry-go-round goes around, and it'll be your turn at some point. But, after you have your time in the spotlight, attention is likely to shift. And what is it going to go to? You can't really predict, but you can predict that people aren't going to stay focused on something for an incredibly long time.
I think that's a very, very interesting metaphor and a very interesting take. A marketplace of issues. And like media, as I said, they need it. You don't want to hear the same stuff for 5 months on the media. It's like a news every day the same. I don't want. It's interesting take. True. It's really true. It's like entertainment. Nobody wants to watch the same movie for the 20th time each week, every Monday the same movie. We want to see something else. So they have to shift the focus from issue 1 to issue 2 to issue 3. It's of course, and then there are a myriad of variables that decide which is going to be the next issue that we as a collective are going to focus on. Very interesting take. If I would like to ask, because you research also interesting other topics, but I would like just 1 or 2 more questions on this about the statistics and numbers, because as you said, the numbers make it more real and more factual. So the question for me would be, like, let's imagine, I want my issue to get the attention. What are some tricks that I could use with my statistics? What are some of those things that you found out or read about or know that are used to create the narrative? How can I fudge the data? What could I do to make the narrative that I want to push as interesting, or as I don't know if it's just interesting, but like as strong as possible for people to take over?
Okay. Yeah. My view is that, and I'm in the States, and I don't know. I have trouble believing that it's a whole lot different in Europe, but I don't know. you know, my thought is that there is a basic three-part recipe that people use in promoting a social problem.
Okay.
And the first part of the recipe is to have a really awful example, okay, of something,
Yeah.
okay, a murdered child, whatever it is,
Yeah.
and this is um, this grabs people's attention. Okay, and a lot of times you'll see a magazine article that will start this way, or a TV news broadcast, and there'll be some appealing, vulnerable person who's been harmed in some way. Okay, and and that's the first part. The second part is you have to name the problem. And so what you're doing is you're saying that this incident, this example that I've just told you about, it is not just a terrible thing that happened to somebody, but it is an instance of a larger problem, and you give that problem a name. Okay. Now, and that name can be missing children,
Yeah.
child abuse, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And it is very important to understand that you don't need to define that problem. You almost never need to actually spell out what is a missing child or what is a case of child abuse, because you've already exemplified it. Okay,
Yeah.
you've said, and you can think about this as a typifying example. That when you think about child abuse, you should think about a case like this. Okay,
Yeah.
now the important thing to understand is that there is no need for the typifying example to be typical. Okay, what it needs to do is scare the pants off people. It needs to be gripping. All
Yeah.
right, and so you exemplified, let's say, child abuse by taking some kid who's beaten to death. Okay,
Yeah.
now the proportion of cases of child abuse where somebody's beaten to death is infinitesimally small. Okay, it's going to be a tiny fraction of all of the cases of child abuse, but that becomes the emblematic one. Okay, and then the third part of the recipe is you add a number. Okay, and the number is going to be typically as big as you can make it. Okay,
Yeah.
it is going, because what you're trying to say is, here's an awful case. Okay, and this is a case of this problem, and how many of this problem are there? Lots. Okay, and so it's really remarkable in the United States.
Wow.
We'll get news stories that God packages social problems in even millions. So you'll be told there are 1 million cases of elder abuse each year. There are 2 million missing children each year. There are 3 million homeless each. Et cetera, et cetera. And right away, alarm bells should go off. Isn't it remarkable that the world has social problems, in appearing in even millions?
Yeah.
So right away, that this is kind of a guess. It may be a guess by somebody who's perfectly sincere, and notice, you don't want to discount that, you don't want to treat these people as cynical. They're not. If your child was kidnapped, okay, and you start hanging out in a group of people who had kidnapped children, you enter into a kind of hothouse atmosphere where you are listening to all these stories of kidnapped children, and there are a lot of these stories, and you say, this is a big problem. All these people I talk to have stories just like that. This is a giant problem. And so when some reporter says to you, how many people are there like this? You may create some number and say, well, I don't know, millions, maybe there are 2 million. Okay. Well, nobody's done a count. Nobody has defined missing child, for starters,
Yeah.
and this number then takes on a life of its own. One of the things that's very entertaining to do is if you go back to when a social problem first emerges, and somebody will produce a statistic, and you'll see that statistic get repeated again and again and again and again and again, because the reporter is not going to go out and do his own count. He's going to look at what other people have reported, and somebody else used this number. In fact, a lot of people seem to be using this number. I guess everybody agrees this is the right number, and the number takes on a life of its own. So it's not that that missing children isn't a problem. It's not that you don't know a lot of people who have missing children, but when you start flinging around numbers, and I use the missing children case because this is kind of a classic case where the media were all reporting that there were 2 million American kids going missing each year, and then somebody sat down and thought, well, how many cases does the FBI investigate of kidnapped children? And it turned out it was under 100. Okay, so what is the gap between the claim that there are 2 million missing kids each year, and the idea that the FBI is investigating less than 100 cases?
Wow.
Why would that exist? And the answer is, when you think about missing children, the typifying example is always some kid that was kidnapped and murdered. Okay, and it scares the hell out of you. Terrible story, awful story, a true story. If this does happen, and it's serious. But a typical missing child, is a 14-year-old girl who gets into an argument with her parents about can she pierce her ears or whatever the thing they want to do this year is, and her parents tell her no, and she gets mad and she walks out of the house and slams the door and goes to her best friend's house and doesn't tell her parents where she's going and stays there for 2 nights and then comes home. Okay, now if I told you that story and I said, this is the story of Allison, and Allison got into an argument with her parents at age 14 and left for 2 nights, you'd say, yeah, okay, that's okay. But if you say Allison is a missing child, there are 2 million missing children here, you'd say, that's okay. That, if that's what we're counting, who cares? But what we do is we take the murdered child, we say, this is a missing child. There are 2 million of these each year. And suddenly we've got a giant national social problem. And we do this again and again and again.
If I can summarize it, it sounds like the 3 steps, very interesting. First, I think it reminds me a bit, just recently had a work about it, like ethos, logos, and pathos. First, the pathos, we need the strong emotional hook. Like it's got to go into your core, not your intellect, not your consciousness. It's got to go straight into basic of your emotional being.
Yep.
And that's the anchor. That's what we're going to use as the anchor. That's from now on. Next step is the logos. We need the word. I mean, the ethos depends. But like now as you said, we define it, but we don't really define it.
Yeah.
We keep it as vague as possible, because the only thing that you should connect with this definition or the naming is your emotional reaction and the images you had from the anchor. We don't want you to think about it. We just want you to be in the feeling of that anchor moment when you heard about the anchor. And now that we have you anchored and we have you associated with the word, or some words, but a terminology for it. Now we're going to give you the reality facts of numbers, and the numbers are the thing that materializes all of it. Like now, it's not just a vague feeling. It's a reality in this world, and the number automatically in your brain, in your head, will be connected to the anchor. It's not about the definition. It's not about what this is. It's about you will feel the number multiplied with the emotion you had with the anchor.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's now the
Yeah.
social problem that you perceive to exist in society.
Yeah.
That's an interesting take. And now, because I'm a bit of a greedy guy, I have to think about how can a company use that to their benefit to make money. It's like, of course, sorry, I immediately think about that. How very interesting how that's done. Really, really interesting. That's wow. Of
Well,
course.
I don't know that I don't know that it's all that different from the way that you do,
Yeah.
marketing campaigns and
Yeah.
commercials and so on. That you, instead of having a terrifying example, you have an ecstatic example of somebody who's, whose life is made
Lose
wonderful
fat
by
in
some
10 days,
product, right?
become pretty, become beautiful, become rich, become
Yeah, yeah.
successful. We all know these examples, but that's what I mean. The story, the hook, how the anchor. Because I know from experience, for example, when you tell people, many people were successful with this, it doesn't work as well as when you say 30 people or more than 70 people made more than 30% more money with this method. And then it's like, okay, now to get numbers. And if you use numbers like 27% instead of a round number, they're even more like, okay, that's got to be the truth. I mean, of course, there's always the part of the cynical people who say, I don't care about the numbers. I don't care about what you say. I think you all lie all the time. Of course, they exist. But for the vast majority of people, numbers work. They really,
Yeah,
really
yeah,
do work and
yeah.
ground it into reality. And um, if possible, I don't know how much time you got, if because we're at the 40 minutes mark, but I would love to, if you're free. We didn't even get to the other huge parts of your research. What I also thought very, very interesting, white collar crime and like the, how should I say it, more traditional, what people perceive as crime with the drug crimes. And it's like you use the word the construction of white collar crime. Now, for the viewers, in what context you use the word
Strange enough that
construction?
I'm not, you keep
Yeah,
saying that,
yeah.
and I really haven't written. I don't want to say that I've never written about white collar crime, but it isn't something that I really know about,
Oh,
or that I've studied. Uh,
okay. Maybe mistake for me. I read it in the
yeah,
journal of
I have.
psychology.
I've written a lot about different crime waves.
Ah,
Freeway violence and things like that, and part of
hmm,
part of what you need to understand is that I'm trying to understand, these dynamics of
hmm,
social problems, and a lot of times,
hmm,
I will just notice something,
hmm.
and I will think, oh yeah, that's kind of an example of a more general process. Okay. And so, I haven't really, had substantive things. I mean, I've, I wrote, oh, I've written about very strange things. I've written about sex bracelets. Do you know what a sex bracelet
Okay,
is?
okay.
You know what this is?
Please tell
Okay.
me. The
Okay.
viewers. Sex
These
bracelet.
little plastic bracelets
Yeah.
that are worn by school children. Okay, they're thin plastic. Okay,
Okay.
and there was a story in the United States
Yeah.
that these bracelets were color coded. Okay,
Okay.
and each color represented a different sexual act. Okay,
Okay.
and if somebody grabbed one of your sex bracelets and broke it, you had to perform the sexual act of this color. Now, this is ridiculous. Okay, but this got a lot of media attention.
Okay.
I've written a lot about poisoned Halloween candy, which
Yeah.
is
Yeah. I
something
read.
that people worry
Each
about.
year,
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah,
like
yeah.
if it was a huge issue, but it's not.
No, I can't find, I've done research and I
Yeah.
can't find any evidence that any child's ever died this way.
Yeah.
Uh, you know,
It's
and
kind of so interesting, like this urban myth we know it all from childhood when in the school and there was like that rumor and how it spread. Nobody knew, but everybody knew about it. And it's isn't it kind of funny that as an adult, it's still the same. It's really the same with national and international
Yeah,
news. It's like it's
yeah,
at the same level. It's like
yeah,
gossip from the playground, but it's
yeah, yeah,
spread.
yeah,
How that
yeah,
works, I think that that type of research you do and that is so interesting. Like
yeah.
how do
And
these things create? How do they start and why are they pushed?
yeah, yeah,
Insane in some way.
so there are all these things, and I'll pick up something because it lets me see a different angle on social problems, and I'll think, oh well, that's something I haven't really noticed before. And so I've been interested. Americans, I wrote a book about uh, the belief that American education is just going to hell. Okay, Americans, Americans are always convinced that schools in the United States are doing a bad job. Okay, the students aren't studying, the teachers aren't teaching, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
It's getting worse
And
and worse and worse over decades, decades. Always,
and
yeah, I know the
yeah,
narrative.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And what I did, which was kind of fun, was I took contemporary 21st century examples, people saying this, and then I went back 25 years, went back a generation, and what were they saying? Saying the same thing. I went back 25 years before that, and they're saying the same thing. 20, and you can go back to the 1840s. Now, the 1840s are when public education starts in the United States. And in the 1840s, there were people worrying that schools weren't as good as they used to be. Okay. And, so there is, and that's not to say that education's perfect. Of course,
Yeah.
education's perfect,
Yeah.
but the idea that we tell ourselves this story that it's awful. And what's really interesting is if you do surveys and you ask people how is education in the United States, they will say education in the United States, just going to hell in a handbasket. How's your kid's school? Great. My kid is getting a great education. And they do this all
I'm
the
so sorry.
time.
Wait. Give me a second. Wait. I would not have believed that. I would have thought they would say, "Oh no, my child's school is bad." I would not have believed. Not that they say, "Oh, my child's school is great."
We talk about if you ask people, what do you think of Congress? Okay, they think Congress is a cesspool. What do you think of your congressional representative? Great. Okay.
Wow.
And if you ask them, how is the economy? Economy, oh, terrible. How are your personal? How are your prospects? Good. So this is a very common problem with surveys. If you ask people, if I you could make something up. You could say, are you concerned about snarfnagels? And you could get people to say, yes, I'm very concerned about the snarfnagel problem. And they have no idea what it is. Do you personally have a problem with snarfnagels? No.
Isn't that kind of a cognitive dissonance if you say, "Oh, school awful, but my school is great"? Isn't there like something where you perceive reality differently in a abstract than in your personal experience?
Well, I don't know. I live in a big country, right? I mean, it's geographically, and so it's possible, I think, for people to think, well, someplace else, everything's going to hell, and
over there.
Yeah. In fact,
Oh,
all those other places.
I'm in that little part that's nice, but the country's big and the rest is going down, so to speak.
Yeah. And it's interesting because on the one hand, there's the American culture is one that is we celebrate the American dream. We celebrate the idea that people can, anybody can get ahead, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, people believe that in the sense that they can often tell you a very personal story, that, this is where I started and this is where I got to, or this is where my parents started and this is where I got to, or this is where my grandparents started and this is where I got to, and, so they see that as a kind of validation. But at the same time, they're willing to say, oh no, there's terrible inequality. Well, there's always terrible inequality, and people overcome this, in various degrees. And so, there is there's a confusion about how to think about my life in the larger world. And it is, if you ask, there is a kind of pessimism, and the pessimism, I think, comes from the news media, because the news media does, people complain that there's no good news, but of course there's no good news. Good news isn't news, so they're constantly going to tell you what you ought to be alarmed about. And but it creates a kind of sense that, well, every place else, everything's going to hell.
Interesting, very interesting. But I know some projects that tried it, like positive news,
Mhm.
and it didn't work. It's just not interesting enough for people
Right.
to
Right.
zoom in, to switch in all the time. It's
Yeah.
just we like drama. I recently read a paper. I don't know how the name of the researcher. It was a lady. She was an anthropologist, and she thinks it's evolutionary important for humans, and that's why we are wired to be interested in negative stories, because it's more important for us to survive, to know how did he get hurt, how did he, what is danger, what is that. It's better for us to be interested in these stories than in the positive ones. The positive ones are more important to like grow up, to have a role model. So really interesting take. I hope I can have her on that show too. But, and that's the last little topic that I'm curious about. You also wrote about, how should I say it? Let me, not that I make, the congratulatory culture. Everyone's a winner. It's like celebrating mediocrity. What is your no. I mean, wait. Let me. I'm not saying that it's like I'm throwing it out. Like, as you said, we need the pathos. We need the people to be emotional about it. So, what is your take on it? How did you get to the topic? And what did you research and what did you find about it?
Okay. Well, the first thing that my research, you could look at prizes, and you can do this with anything. I read a lot of detective stories, and so I did prizes for detective fiction. Okay, and if you the first prizes that I know of for detective fiction were at the end of the Second World War. Okay, and in the United States, there was the Mystery Writers of America started awarding 4 prizes each year. Okay, and now I don't know. I haven't done this research recently, but there are way more than 100 prizes for detective fiction each year. And if you look at sociology, sociologists started awarding a Best Book Prize in the 1950s. Okay, today there are, dozens, well over 100, prizes. If you take prizes for students, there are hundreds of prizes for students. And you look around and you realize that we live in a world where there are lots and lots of prizes, and I got to this topic because I was reading the newspaper one day and I thought, it's amazing how much of the news is about prizes, and people worry about the Oscars or whatever it is. And I started thinking, this is interesting because, this obviously it's a sociological phenomenon, where is, who's written about this? And I thought, and I couldn't figure out anybody who'd written really about it. So I started looking into it a little bit, and what you realize is that prizes are proliferating, and it is, we, a lot of times people will describe society, and they'll describe society as though there is one society. There's one pyramid in your world, in your town or whatever, and there's somebody at the top, and you're down here someplace, and you know where everybody is. But that isn't actually how we live life. We live life in little social worlds. Okay, one of my hobbies is I build things with Lego.
Oh, cool.
And I go to Lego conferences. Okay, and they're this is little conventions where people who build things with Lego bring what they built, and they're very sweet occasions. People walk around and everybody's very positive, and you say, "Oh, I really like the way you did that," and it's a lot of fun, and you realize that there are all of these different visions. People are playing with the same blocks, but they see all kinds of possibilities with this. Okay, and there are prizes for that. Okay, and you think about the world, and now I don't know what's like in Europe, but in the United States, we'll have a lot of times around kindergarten, age 5, 6, we'll start having kids go into sports like soccer. Okay, little tiny kids playing soccer, and at the end of the season, they'll typically get a little trophy. Okay, and by the time you're in 3rd grade, at the top of your dresser in your bedroom has all of these little trophies for things. And you think about it, and the number of prizes that are being awarded each year is in the millions. Okay, and so it's not that there's some pinnacle and there's somebody up here getting the one Oscar. It's that we reward everybody for this, and so everybody has a sense that in their world, they're making a contribution, they're receiving recognition, whatever it is. Maybe it's the Lego world or the sociology world or whatever it is. And I think this is an important part of American culture. People used to worry that we were going to have a mass society, and in a mass society, everyone would be just the same. We'd all be these little faceless eunuchs, and we'd have no individual identities and so on. That's not what's happened. What's happened is we have proliferated all of these little worlds where you can get attention, you can get rewards, you can get satisfactions.
That's something interesting where I learned it too because of the internet. A lot of that became even faster and more creative because suddenly you could find for the most niche little things. You could find worldwide your 5 or 10,000 people. I mean, imagine that 5,000 people around the world is like nothing. Potential. It's like almost nobody. But if you have a place to meet 5,000 people who are into the same thing, that's quite a community. You got to imagine that. So you have,
and this becomes social problems. Okay, child pornographers can find one another. There aren't that many fans of child pornography, but the internet has made it possible for them to connect on the dark web and exchange stuff and so on. But the same thing happens, as you say, with countless, you like knitting, whatever it is.
I just recently saw a documentary about a little robot competition with mice.
Yeah.
That's why I thought of that. It's like it became international but now I got out of it. I wanted to ask something. Yeah, right. About this. Isn't that kind of what? I haven't read all of his works either, like what Jordan Peterson says with the dominance hierarchy, but there are many, many different ones. And you as a human step from one into another, like maybe let's example, I'm not the best brother, but I'm the best Lego builder, and so I'm very high there, but I'm bad at my job, so there I'm very low, but I'm very attractive, so there I'm higher again, and I make a lot of money. And then it depends a bit. It reminds me of Milgram with this: into which situation do I come? I step into a room, into a group. Our brains are wired very well to analyze this. The context of what situation am I in, and in what position am I. So that's a very interesting take for me too. Is it a bit that what you're talking about with
Yeah.
we created even
No,
more of
absolutely.
those? Yeah, and
Absolutely.
each of them,
Yeah.
each of
Yeah.
them rewards their higher dominant
Yeah.
like their competence. That's a
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
interesting take. Huh?
Yeah, I think you know, it's a way to make living in a very large, very complex society livable. It makes it bearable. You have a sense of identity. You have a sense of who you are. And the internet, you know, has absolutely made it possible to you know, find people that share your interests and you know, et cetera.
Wow, really, 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 really interesting. That's like I remember that the brain is wired for a certain amount of people to really connect to. And as you said, the world is big, there are many people. So we create our little subcultures, our little niches to say, okay, in this world, in this city with millions of people, this is my tribe. This is the tribe in which I care about, the little pyramid where I'm positioned. Those are the values, those are the people that I care about.
And notice that
Yeah.
everybody can have you can be in 20 tribes.
Yeah, of
You know,
course. Yeah, yeah,
it's not necessarily that you
yeah.
should be in one. You know.
Of course. I think that's another beautiful thing about humans. Like on Saturday, you go to your music band and you enjoy this kind of life, and then 3 hours later, you could be at your book club. Really interesting. That's wow, really, really nice. I got to say, we spent a lot of time to talk. I've got two more pages of questions that I could ask you, but I don't want to annoy you too much and to be too greedy. I think it was really interesting to talk to you. It was really a pleasure. I think your work is awesome. Really, really, how you all the viewers, please look at his work. It's awesome. It's really interesting to understand how social narratives, how these problems are created, are talked about, and are perpetuated in a way. It's really, really interesting. Along the paper about the Halloween candy, I think it was like because everybody knows each year it happens again, and to find a researcher who says, okay, I'm going to look into it. I'm going to really look into it. How is it spread? How is it happening? I found it really awesome. I thank you very much for your time. I wish you and your family just the very, very best.
Oh, thanks a lot. It was a lot of fun. Bye bye.
So we just read the article about how ChatGPT seems to use Google as a fallback, Google search as a fallback for finding stuff. And now we're going through what Google says. You don't need AEO or GEO to rank in AI overviews. Okay? So why is that important? What to expect with that? I haven't read the article myself. I don't read the articles before I go through them live with you guys. Important aspect in the industry right now, a few people or like many agencies try to say, oh, you need specialized different services, SEO is dead, you need completely different ball game, the rules are different and everything because AI search is now here with the AI overview or chatbots and so on. And some people in the industry say, nah, not really, not really. So let's go through it together. Article is written by Roger Monti. So Google's Gary Ilias confirmed that AEO or GEO is not necessary. Standard SEO is all you need to rank in AI search. What does that mean? Google's Gary Ilias confirmed that AI search does not require specialized optimization, saying that AI SEO is not necessary and that standard SEO is all that is needed for both AI overviews and AI mode. AI search is everywhere. Standard search, the way it used to be with link algorithms playing a strong role, no longer exists. AI is embedded within every step of the organic search results, from crawling to indexing and ranking. Okay? AI has been a part of Google search for 10 years, beginning with RankBrain and expanding from there. Google's Gary Ilias made it clear that AI is embedded within every step of today's search ranking process. Kenichi Suzuki, LinkedIn profile, posted a detailed summary of what Ilias discussed, covering 4 main points. AI search features use the same infrastructure as traditional search. 1. AI search optimization is SEO. 2. Google's focus is on content quality and is agnostic as to how it was created. 3. AI is deeply embedded into every stage of search. 4. Generative AI has unique features to ensure reliability. Okay, let's go through them. There's no need for AEO or GEO. The SEO community has tried to wrap their minds around AI search, with some insisting that ranking in AI search requires an approach to optimization so distinct from SEO that it warrants its own acronym. Other SEOs, including an SEO rockstar, have insisted that optimizing for AI search is fundamentally the same as standard search. So far, I'm in that camp. I've got to admit, for me, it seems that basic SEO practices are what is important. Now, maybe you can argue about some little changes in how it's worded, or like the LLMS.txt and such. But to me, so far, it seems very much that normal SEO is what gets you on the good pages of a search result, and the good search result places are what the AI uses to get AI overviews, or what ChatGPT and all the other bots use. I'm not saying that one group of SEOs is right and the another is wrong. The SEO community collectively discussing a topic and reaching different conclusions is one of the few things that doesn't change in search marketing. True, absolutely true. The most common answer to any question is it depends. According to Google, ranking in AI overviews and AI mode requires only standard SEO practices. Suzuki shared why AI search doesn't require different optimization strategies. Their core message is that new AI-powered features look like AI overviews and the AI mode are built upon the same fundamental processes as traditional search. They utilize the same crawler, Googlebot, the same core index, and are influenced by the same ranking systems. They repeatedly emphasize this with the phrase "same as above" to signal that a separate, distinct strategy for AI SEO is unnecessary. The foundation of creating high-quality, helpful content remains the primary focus. Content quality is not about how it's created. The second point that Google made was that their systems are tuned to identify content quality, and that identifying whether the content was created by human or AI is not part of that quality assessment. Gary Ilias is quoted as saying, "We are not trying to differentiate based on origin. According to Kenichi, the objective is to identify and reward high quality, helpful and reliable content, regardless of whether it was created by human or with the assistance of AI." And next, AI is embedded within every stage of search. The third point that Google emphasized is that AI plays a role at every stage of search: crawling, indexing, and ranking. Regarding the ranking part, Suzuki wrote, "RankBrain helps interpret novel queries, while the multitask unifies model MOM understands information across various formats: text, images, video, and 75 different languages. Unique processes of generative AI features." The fourth point that Google emphasized is to acknowledge that AI overviews does 2 different things at the ranking stage. Point 1, query fanout generates multiple queries in order to provide deeper answers to queries using the query fanout technique. Okay, what does a query fanout mean? Just as a little example. Let's say I search for what are the best shoes. This is one query. And now the bot says, okay, that could mean a few things. We want to consolidate data. And instead of just using that one query of what are the best shoes, it creates a few queries like what are the best running shoes? What are the best shoes in quality? What are the best shoes for sports? What are the best shoes for outdoor climbing? What are the best shoes in 2025? what are the best shoes for men, and so on. And then it has like a few different queries that it searches all on its own. It compares all the different search results that it gets, all the different pages, so to speak, and then conglomerates those answers into the overviews and decides which to link. Grounding. AI overviews checks the generated answers against online sources to make sure that they are factually accurate, a process called grounding. Suzuki explains. It then uses a process called grounding to check the generated text against the information in its search index, a crucial step designed to verify facts and reduce the risk of AI hallucinations. All right, so the takeaways. AI SEO versus traditional SEO. Google explicitly states that specialized AI SEO is not necessary. Standard SEO practices remain sufficient to rank in AI-driven search experiences. Integration of AI in Google search. AI technology is deeply embedded across every stage of Google's organic search, crawling, indexing, and ranking. Technologies like RankBrain and the multitask unified model, MOM, are foundational to Google's current search ranking system. Google's emphasis on content quality. Okay, we already, it's just repeating the same. Okay. It's important, good quality, generative AI specific techniques, query, I gotta admit, these are the things I don't like about our modern internet, that it's always this SEO optimized articles that repeat again and again and again. But Google clarified that there's no need for AEO, GEO for Google AI overviews in the AI mode. Standard search engine optimization is all that's needed to rank across both standard and AI-based search. Content quality remains an important part of Google's algorithms, and they made a point to emphasize that they don't check whether content is created by human or AI. Important aspect, because some people were pretty nervous about using AI tools to write pages. Again, what is the quality of them? Will it be penalized or not? There was a lot of discussion. We'll see a lot of discussion about AI-focused search results too. Now, you at least heard it officially from Google. As usual, I hope you like it. I'll be going through a few more articles today. If you like what I do, if you want to support the channel, leave me a like. Subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. It's the best way you can support this channel. I'll have my link to the newsletter below. You can sign up so you stay informed for events, live Q&A sessions, other stuff. And of course, I think you will see other videos popping up now. As usual, I wish you all the best. Bye.
So let me ask, because a lot of what we talked about has to do with the success of the startup. And you've written a few papers that focus.
This one. What is content readability and how to make your content easier to read? Well, that sounds interesting, right? It's extremely important to understand this. Written by Julia McCoy. Table of content. Content that doesn't get read is useless. Learn how to create content your audience will read and not just skim. Oh, wow, that's a tough game from the start. I thought it was just about crawlers going through, that people really read it. Most people only skim stuff. Stay hydrated. Now, content that doesn't get read is useless. So how do you create content your audience will read and not just skim? Make it more readable. This sounds so simple it's silly, but it's true. Readability is a giant factor that will determine everything from who engages with your content, how much value they get from it, and whether they return to read more. Well, one big issue is so let's go through it this way. If you're in the USA, consider this. 79% of adults in the US are considered literate. Oh, thank God. But that means 25% of adults, or about 43 million people, have low literacy skills. 54% reads at the level below what is typically expected for a 6th grade education, with 20% reading below a 5th grade level. Okay, so let's go through Europe. It's around The literacy is around 98.7. Nearly all adults in the EU can read and write, with most countries reporting rates. For example, I know that this is not perfectly correct. It goes here with literacy, but there are also many who can't read properly. I know that because I went through the stats recently. But let's go on. Let's go on. Let's go on. Let's go on. Readability is a giant factor that will determine everything from who engages with your content, how much value they get from it, and whether they return to read more. So what is content readability? How is it measured? And how can you make your content easier to read? It's all inside this guide. Okay, let's go through it and see how well it works. What is content readability? Content readability measures how easy your content is to read for your audience. Readable content is clear, easy to understand, and easy to skim. On the other hand, content that's hard to read is hard to understand, hard to skim, and unclear. But perhaps the major difference between readable and unreadable content lies in how much value your reader can take away from each one. Readable content effectively conveys information so your reader learns something new, makes a discovery, or solves a problem. Unreadable content fails to do all of this. Your reader can't learn anything from it because the words and sentences themselves fail to make sense. How do you measure content readability? Content readability is both objective and subjective. It's based on an individual's reading level and intelligence, but it's also measurable based on objective things like the word choices and vocabulary you use in your content, how often you use common and uncommon words, the structure and length of your sentences and paragraphs. Many readability tests exist that measure your content in terms of the above factors and give you a score that tells you how readable your content is. Here are the most common and current, as in they were created or updated within the last 50 years, readability tests. Also guys, if you like what I do, please leave a like the video, give me a bit of support to make the channel work better. Flash-Kincaid grade level formula. Flash-Kincaid is perhaps the most well-known readability formula. It looks at the ratio of words to sentences and syllables to words to measure the readability of your text. Okay, more words per sentence harder, more syllables per word harder. Oh man. This formula grades your content based on the lowest US grade level that could easily read and understand it. So for instance, scoring a 6 means people who read at a 6th grade level and above should be able to read your text easily. By the way, this is a good score to aim for with online writing. Tools that can check your content against this formula include Microsoft Word, Hemingway Editor, Readable, and Pro Writing Aid. I would give you the advice, I've got them too, just bookmark them and always go through the text with them. I still don't always do that, I still don't always work with that. I know I'm just making the mistake that I'm not always doing it for myself, for my clients. I do that for myself and my pages. Nope. Tools that can check your content against this formula. Okay. In Microsoft Word, the readability statistics appear after you run a spelling and grammar check. Readability, flash reading, ease, Flash-Kincaid grade level, passive sentences. Lexile framework for reading. Another well-known readability measurement system primarily used in schools is the Lexile framework. It has two parts: measuring text based on word frequency and average sentence length, measuring a person's reading level. For instance, content that's harder to read with a lot of long sentences or words that appear infrequently will get a higher Lexile score. Content that's easier to read with short sentences and frequent words will get a lower score. How to make your content easier to read. 9 tips for better readability. So, now we know readable content is high quality content. Again, why? Because also on the psychology of it, people don't like to feel dumb. People don't want to be confronted with stuff that they don't understand. Many people get angry or frustrated if something triggers their I don't get it, I don't understand it. And also if they have to put in effort intellectually to understand something. That's really important for you to understand. People get annoyed by that. Really, it's just as simple as that. So they push it off immediately. If your website, if your content, if your ad has stuff like that, people are pushed away from it. But let's say you've tested your content against a few readability checkers and discovered that it's mostly hard to read. What now? It's time to improve your content to make it more readable. Here are 9 tips that will help. Number one, shorten your sentences. Shorter sentences are simpler. That's why they are easy to read. Meanwhile, longer sentences tend to contain more than one thought or idea. Stuff your sentences full of information and your readers will have difficulty untangling it. Consider it like a buffer. People have small buffers to remember what was said. If you have too long sentences, they forget the start of the sentence already once they are at the end. For this reason, shorten those sentences. And if you tend to write long sentences, naturally comb through your draft, look for them, and break them into smaller chunks. Hot tip, a tool like Hemingway Editor automatically highlights long sentences so you don't have to hunt for them. Hemingway app makes your writing bold and clear. As you can see, it marks the sentences that are long and so on. It marks the words that are more complicated. It's a good tool, really good tool. Break up and shorten your paragraphs. While you're shortening your sentences, go ahead and shorten those paragraphs too. At most, your paragraphs for written online content should contain no more than 1 to 3 sentences. A big, dense paragraph with long sentences is daunting. It's great for paperback novel, but terrible for your blog. Nothing spells death to your reader's attention span worse than a wall of dense text. A good rule of thumb for breaking up paragraphs: one paragraph is one thought or idea. As soon as you move on to your next thought, move on to a new paragraph. Remember, the enter or return key is your friend. Use active voice. This was one that was really confusing to me, in all honesty, to me myself. I understand it, I accept it, but it was really confusing. Next readability tip, write in active voice. Active voice refers to how you word a sentence. When you word it actively, you clearly state the subject and verb. Example, the dog ran after the ball. Dog subject, ran verb. Passive voice means you're wording a sentence passively. This means the subject of the sentence is unclear. I wouldn't say it's unclear, it's just harder for some people to get. Example, the ball was run after by the dog. Here how the subject, the dog, is buried at the end of the subject, of the sentence. Well, because the subject is not the dog, it's the ball in this sentence. That's why, but never mind. That said, sometimes passive voice works if you need to emphasize the actions of the sentence versus the subject. For example, let's say I wanted to tell you about a car robbery experience. I would say, my car was broken into last night. The subject of the sentence, the person who robbed my car, is irrelevant. I don't know who they are. What's important to convey is that the robbery, the action, happened. However, read carefully. In most cases, active voice is much clearer and easier to read than passive voice. Emphasize that when you edit your content. Examples of active and passive voice. Active voice, I bought some new shoes. Passive voice, some new shoes were bought by me. Our team is winning the game. The game is being won by our team. James met his sister by the gate. James' sister was met by the gate by him. We will ride the bus to New York City. The bus to New York City will be ridden by us. We are going to have a long day tomorrow. We will race cars, eat a big lunch, and then enjoy the concert. Passive, a long day is going to be had tomorrow by us. Cars will be raced by us, a big lunch will be eaten by us, and then a concert will be enjoyed by us. Mix up your word choices. Repeating the same words over and over in content is boring to read, not to mention it looks like keyword stuffing. It's boring to read, the same thing is hard to read, not exactly, but it's close. Consider that people who are bored with your content probably won't stick around to read all of it, they'll bounce. That's why mixing up your vocabulary can improve your writing. It livens up your sentences and makes them more engaging. 5. Use lists. Lists are a skimming reader's best friend, and if your content is easy to skim, it's also easy to read. For this reason, whenever you're tempted to write a long list of items separated by commas, transform it into a numbered or bulleted list. You can apply the same technique to steps in a sequence, a group of related items, ideas, or concepts, points in a long paragraph, any other information you want to highlight or set apart from the main text. See what I did there? Yeah, she did a list. Wow! Give your readers signposts. Content that's easy to read also makes judicious use of signposts that show the reader the lay of the land. For example, descriptive headings help your reader understand how your content is organized and what information each section will cover. Selective use of bold text helps highlight important words, ideas, or phrases your reader should pay attention to. Another great signpost for long-form content is the humble table of contents. This helps your reader jump around in an article to the information they most want to read. Here's a good example of a blog with the table of contents by Ahrefs, a brand that uses them often. Keyword analyzer for SEO, table of contents at the left side. Now, point 7. Avoid jargon and industries. Our goal was to drive more traffic to the landing page and ultimately earn ROI through signups. Do you understand what the above sentence is saying? If you do, you might be a marketer. If you don't, welcome to the world of Industry S, also known as jargon or industry speak. This is the insider language that people who work within the same niche or industry use when they speak to each other. To everyone else, it sounds like gibberish. Using it in content that's supposed to be targeted to your audience is a cardinal sin, because unless you have a specific exception, your audience does not speak like you and your colleagues. Okay, little caveat here. There are quite a few industries and quite a few situations in which you absolutely want to use the jargon speak, because you want your clients to know that you know that industry, that you're one of them, and that you understand the pain points and what they're going through and the challenges they face. Just saying, okay? In those cases, it's really good to implement the right jargon into your articles, words, and so on. Format your pages with plenty of white space. The responsibility for this one might rest with your website designer, but it's important. Ensure your pages have plenty of white space around the content and text. This is simply the empty space between the elements on a page. This room to breathe makes your pages easier to read because the page elements won't be cramped together. Just as something to understand for many people, a lot of people get overstimulated with too much sensory input. It's often it is correlated with IQ. That's just the way it is. You can process more stuff the more intellectual capability and brain power you have. That means you have an easier time seeing many different fields, many different inputs, and analyzing them and going, okay, this is important, this is not important. Many people aren't that good at this. So it's easier for them to have easy layouts and designs that clearly make out this is what you're supposed to focus on. Ignore the other stuff. It's way away, and we give them space between these different elements. 9. Check your content by reading it out loud. One of the easiest ways to check your content readability is to read it aloud. It may feel silly, but you'll quickly discover how different your content sounds out loud versus in your head. When you read it out loud, you're more likely to stumble over complex sentences and paragraphs, or to notice when your words get all tangled. When you come across these instances, try to rewrite them more simply. Try to rewrite them more simply. Smooth them out for ease of reading. Try it. It might change how you edit content. Improve your content readability for better results. Content readability is a big deal. When your content is readable for your audience, they'll have an easier time getting value out of it. They'll learn from it, glean something new, or get the answer they were looking for. On the other hand, content that's hard to read will stop them from doing any of the above. It will bore or frustrate them. And the bored, frustrated audience won't stick around. That's the antithesis of content marketing. Work on your readability and you will see better results. Julia McCoy is a 9-time author and founder who scaled and sold a 100-person writing agency to become a trailblazer in AI adaptation. She empowers business to dominate in the AI revolution on her podcast, Leaders in AI, and in her AI integration consultancy, firstmovers.ai. All right, I like that article. Julia McCoy, it's good. As usual, if you like what I do, I go through articles like this, new trends, scientific papers, research, studies, all different in the wide array of marketing. If you like what I do, if you want to support the channel, please consider giving a like to the video or subscribing to the channel. It's free, it's a click, maybe 2 clicks, and it helps the channel tremendously. I would really appreciate it. And with that, we're going to jump right over to the next article in a few moments.
We've seen it in India or other countries. It's like the cash will be just declared illegal.
So, this article, Google's John Mueller core updates built on long-term data. All right, let's see what this is about. Google says core updates rely on long-term patterns, not recent link spam. Should you disavow? Here's what John Mueller told SEO professionals. Highlights. Core updates don't consider recent spam links, according to Google's John Mueller. Disavow tool is rarely needed but still available for edge cases. SEO pros continue pressing Google for more transparency on link handling. Written by Matt G. Southern. He's got a few nice articles, so you can absolutely follow him. Also, as usual, a link to the article will be in the description below. Google Search Advocate John Mueller. This looks better. John Mueller says core updates rely on longer-term patterns rather than recent site changes or link spam attacks. The comment was made during a public discussion on Blue Sky, where SEO professionals debated whether a recent wave of spammy backlinks could impact rankings during a core update. Mueller's comment offers timely clarification as Google rolls out its June core update. Core updates aren't influenced by recent links. Asked directly whether recent link spam would be factored into core update evaluations, Mueller said, offhand, I can't think of how these links would play a role with the core updates. It's possible there's some interactions that I'm not aware of, but it seems really unlikely to me. Also, core updates generally build on longer term data, so something really recent wouldn't play a role. Okay? For those concerned about negative SEO tactics, Mueller's statement suggests recent spam links are unlikely to affect how Google evaluates a site during a core update. Link spam and visibility concerns. The conversation began with SEO consultant Martin McGarry, who shared traffic data suggesting spam attacks were impacting sites targeting high-value keywords. In a post linking to recent SEG articles, McGarry wrote, SEG is Search Engine Journal. This is traffic up in a high-value keyword and the blue line is spammers attacking it. As you can see, traffic disappears as clear as day. Can we see it? Just trying to see if we can get the link. Martin SEO McGarry. I don't believe Google has a handle on the current... I don't believe Google has a handle on the current scale of link spam in certain verticals. This is traffic up in a high-value keyword and the blue line is spammers attacking it. As you can see, traffic disappears as clear as day. Well, you guys see it? Yeah, here. The blue line is spamming attack and you can see the traffic is going down. Okay, really interesting. Mark Williams Cook responded by referencing earlier commentary from a Google representative at the SEO FOMO event, where it was suggested that in most cases, links were not the root cause of visibility loss, even when the timing seemed suspicious. Okay, this aligns with the broader theme in recent SEO discussions. It's often difficult to prove that link-based attacks are directly responsible for ranking drops, especially during major algorithm updates. Google's position on the disavow tool. Yep. As the discussion turned to mitigation strategies, Mueller reminded the community that Google's disavow tool remains available, though it's not always necessary. Mueller said, you can also use the domain .point directive in the disavow file to cover a whole TLD if you're plus minus certain that there are no good links for your site there. He added that the tool is often misunderstood or overused. It's a tool that does what it says. Almost nobody needs it, but if you think your case is exceptional, feel free. Pushing it as a service to everyone says a bit about the SEO though. That final remark drew pushback from McGarry, who clarified that he doesn't sell cleanup services and only uses the disavow tool in carefully reviewed edge cases. Okay, bit of heat going on there, huh, in the discussions. Should we go through the thread? Nah, we don't want to air dirty laundry. We don't care about the drama. We want the information. The community calls for more transparency. Alan Bleweis, as usual, sorry if I butchered the name, joined the conversation by calling for Google to share more data about how many domains are already ignored algorithmically. That would be the best way to put site owners at ease. I think there's a psychology to all this cat and mouse wording without backing it up with data. Well, I understand that people want Google to be more open and more transparent. I would like it. but at the same time, I know, and you guys know it as well, we would game it. We would min-max it to the extreme. Every shred of information they give us, any little bit of data, we use to min-max the game. Okay? Let's be honest. Marketers ruin everything. It's our fault. We look for loopholes and hacks and tricks and the data and analyze it until we optimize it in a way that makes it bad for the end user. Let's be honest. His comment reflects a broader sentiment. Many professionals still feel in the dark about how Google handles potentially manipulative or low-quality links at scale. What this means. Bueller's comments offer guidance for anyone evaluating ranking changes during a core update. Recent link spam is unlikely to influence a core update. Core updates are based on long-term patterns, not short-term changes. This disavow tool is still available, but rarely needed in most cases. Google systems may already discount low-quality links automatically. If your site has seen changes in visibility since the start of June core update, these insights suggest looking beyond recent link activity. Instead, focus on broader long-term signals such as content quality, site structure, and overall trust. Matt G. Southern. Good article. I liked it. Was good. Okay. Someone asked, what is a disavow tool? Okay, it's a pretty basic thing. It's a tool Google made where you can say, I want you to ignore these links that link back to my page because I don't think it's a good link. That way you can. Why is that even necessary? Okay, let's clear it up. There are offers on the internet to get you on link farms and link pages and stuff where it's like, oh, pay me $100 and I'll make sure you have 1,000 backlinks. But those backlinks are low quality. They're very bad. They're placed in places that Google knows are bad places and cheap links. And so if you have too many of those bad links, it just causes Google to say, oh, your domain is bad, you cheated, and so on. We don't want to rank you high anymore. And so for you to save yourself and to, for example, not have a competition do that to you, you can say, whoa. These links, these backlinks, I'm clearly saying I don't like them, don't count them in. Don't consider them. It's not me who wants them. It's not me who has made them. I don't want to be associated with that source of backlinks. Basically, that is how you could interpret it. As usual, I go through news updates, sometimes basic questions, research papers, all of that kind of stuff with you on this channel live so that you can ask stuff. If you like what I do, if you appreciate it, leave a like. A comment is cool. Subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. It's the best way you can support this channel. And with that, this channel is finished and we're going right to the next one. I've seen so many people being lured in with false promises. And that's why I think it's important to say, hey, people, most cases it won't work out. I liked, for example, Valuetainment PVD has a video about it on 5 reasons why not to be an entrepreneur. And I think it's interesting. Amazon pulls out of Google shopping ads. This is an interesting header. This is an interesting information written by Anu Adekbola. Sorry if I butchered the name. So, Amazon's disappearance from Google Shopping is reshaping ad dynamics. Will competitors capture cheaper clicks and greater visibility? Amazon has abruptly exited Google Shopping ad auctions, a move with significant implications for Alphabet's ad revenue and retail advertisers worldwide. Mike Ryan, head of e-commerce inside SMEC, calls the shift colossal and compares it to the dramatic pullback Amazon made during the pandemic lockdowns. What's happening? Ryan said about the news, Amazon has made a dramatic international exit from product advertising on Google Shopping. They are a massive source of revenue for Google parent Alphabet Inc. and also serve as a tide that lifts all boats in terms of auction prices. So this has to sting. While Amazon has been cooling on Google Shopping for about a year, the shift from a slow retreat to a total stop is a major inflection point, Ryan added. Amazon turns off Google Shopping ads at home abroad. Amazon.com, Amazon.co.uk, Amazon.de. Wow. Now, for those of you who don't know how these platforms work, it's an auction-based thing. That means Google has a place where they can place an ad, and they say, hey, who wants to get that ad? And then different people, let's say 3 companies, say, hey, I want to have this ad. I'm willing to pay €1 or $1 for this. And Google says, okay, you get it for the $1. Then another company says, no, I'm willing to pay $2 for that. And Google says, oh, wait, this company, they paid $2 for it. Okay, now they get that spot for $2. And so it's an auction based. The more people want to do ads and the more people they want to see ads and are willing to pay more, the more the price gets high and Google gets more money. That means with Amazon, this behemoth of ad and retail and selling stuff online, stopping to even advertise it all on Google, that's going to be a lot of money, and it could make the prices for many other players cheaper. That's a big game. I'm curious to hear why, if there's any official reasons why Amazon did that. Why now? Ryan said the question is why. Because knowing why is the only way we can assess the next question for how long. He speculated about reason ranging from Amazon's desire to cut funding to Google to potential internal shifts linked to AI or advertising strategy. Zoom out. The news might be less exciting for brands and sellers who benefit from Amazon advertising on their behalf, Ryan warned. Amazon has historically used Google Shopping as a Trojan horse strategy to capture shoppers and bring them into its own ecosystem. What they're saying. Several experts commented on this news as well. The report reveals a mix of surprise, speculation, and strategic insights from advertisers. Surprise at the scale of the exit. Several experts emphasized that Amazon's disappearance from Google Shopping auctions is unprecedented, with data showing a complete stop across millions of impressions. Josh Dugan, co-founder of Vermont, I'm not sure. Amazon has officially pulled out of the Google Shopping auction. Interesting one for many to monitor, especially if you're running shopping campaigns at scale. On average, Amazon appears in 30% of shopping auction across our client base. So this is a big shift. CPCs haven't dropped, but it's definitely one to review across your own account data, and it will be worth keeping a close eye on anyway. See, click per cost. CPCs are click per cost. Now, is Google going to be transparent and honest about this? We will see. Like, they could pretend the price is still high. You know, they could. Not saying they do, just saying they could. Okay? Just saying they could. David Kyle, Senior Paid Media Manager, National Positions. I can't get them to trigger for anything in the free listings. Even clients I have that I know are doing volume on Amazon. It's as if they have completely disconnected from Merchant Center. Speculation on timing and strategy. Duane Brown, CEO and Head of Strategy, takes some risk. Yeah, this is interesting, and I imagine they will come back. Is this something related to Amazon Prime? They pause and they came back from September and back to school buying in another week. I imagine back to school buying is huge on Amazon. William Julian Vicari, CTO Clarity. Are we set to see another case study like the great case studies before them from the likes of eBay and Airbnb? Amazon isn't exactly a great brand to study for typical user behavior, but the outcomes from tests like this are rich with data, and we can only hope they'll share some of the learnings that they get from a switch off of this scale. Significant move from Amazon. Opportunities for competitors. Brandon Yan, Senior Manager of Client Services and Strategy. Now is the perfect time for brands and agencies to run their own Google search to Amazon ads with attribution, since they no longer get free coverage via Google Shopping ads. Just a moment. Yep, just had to check if my live connection was still working. No longer get free coverage via Google Shopping ads for Amazon. Wow. Market-wide impact. What territory? Robin Yarwood, Google Ads and social media expert. What territories are you looking at, my friend? Is that all markets? What's the outcome? You're predicting cheaper CPC for bigger players? Well, sounds interesting, just as usual, doesn't it? To which Ryan confirmed the withdrawal spans 20 international Amazon domains, affecting all observable markets. Why we care? Amazon's exit from Google Shopping removes one of the biggest and most aggressive competitors in ad auctions. This could lead to lower CPCs, higher impression share, and improved click through rates for other retailers and brands. It also opens up a window for competitors to capture traffic and sales that Amazon would typically dominate, creating a short-term advantage and a strategic opportunity to test new campaigns while the auction dynamics shift. Bottom line, Amazon's sudden retreat from Google Shopping is shaking up the ad ecosystem. For now, competing retailers stand to gain, but the real question remains, is this a temporary pause or a long-term strategy shift? Interesting article, well written. Anu has done well. I'm gonna connect. Done well to get many insights and many different quotes. Yeah, let's follow her. I want to follow. So, let's see. I think you should be positive on the internet too. I know it's not sexy, people don't really feel that, but I think it's a good thing to be positive like that. So, as usual, I go through news, research, papers about marketing in the field of SEO, web dev, paid ads, social media, email marketing, all the different fields. If you like what I do and if you want to support this channel, leave a like, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks, but it's really the best way to support the channel. And with that, most likely new videos are already popping up. And I wish you all the very best. Until next time.
And a lot
Sure.
of people that told I would be interviewing you were curious about your opinion about, well, the likelihood that a startup failed.
So, next article is from So, we're going through the article about getinvoice.com. They got de-indexed by Google after they programmatically created 20,000 pages. Google said, nope, surely not. They had over 60 million impressions and they tanked to 0 overnight. And this is the SEO expert they hired to get it all solved. And he seems to have made a video about it. And I'm curious about the video and we'll watch it together.
Hey, Miguel, thank you for getting the order. So you wanted to get a CRO's package, you have been penalized by the algorithm, you're attaching a screenshot from Google Search Console. So on the Google Search Console, we see about a lot of traffic in the past, which has dried up completely now. And I took a look at it really quick, and you said you dropped in traffic, you removed all the pages that have been created by Pragmatic SEO, which you understand were the ones Google penalized you for. So you had created 40,000 pages during 3 months, which helped you rank very fast. But you removed them to see if it would help Google remove the penalty, but you still see no signs of recovery for 3 months. So currently there's no plan other than wait and pray, but you're thinking of doing a domain migration, so you don't know if you can change anything at all. I asked for which keywords and which page you would like to rank for. I suggested that to a Blitz SEO analysis and record a video. And you asked if this will fix the ban, which I said yes. I'm not sure, but it's possible. So I sent a link, you got the order. So let's take a look first at getinvoice.com and see what things we can figure out, right? So you had a bit of traffic in the past. So if we look here, you were ranking really well for these types of keywords like Nordstrom return policy, Chanel return policy, and so on. So now all of these are 404s. But if we Google some of the current keywords right now, we see that a lot of it.
Just as a little bit of context, they had so many pages because they built a crawler and used AI to go through all of the different shops and stuff and make like pages for what is the return policy of shop X, what is the return policy of Shopify, what is the return policy of Adidas, what is the return, and so on, with like hundreds and thousands of pages. Also did the same for basic terminology and like finances. What is a 401k? What is a 101k? Stuff like that.
It's going to be like Nordstrom itself, Reddit, and the AI overview dominates this result. So like most of the AI overviews by Google, they're really showing up super high here. And then the official Nordstrom return exchange policy shows up. There's a few competitors potentially here. Let's take a look. We have Nordstrom Rank. We have Parcel Monkey. We can look at their site. to see how they're doing. You have essence.com, you have two top bubble index, and we have Quora. So this is the website that we see right now on the SERP for this one. Let me pick one or two more examples. So in the North Face also, they have their own website, and we almost don't see anything else except Yodel, Warranty Valet we can open, and that's it. So Chanel return policy. So these were your best keywords in the past. So now most of it is like AI reviews and official websites, Reddit sometimes, but really like we see that the thing that happened like across most websites. So it's not maybe not only you that kind of died from it, but like the algorithm itself changed. They really prioritize a lot of the official content more. And for most of these results, we don't really see any other competitor. So maybe it's not like ban, as you would say, but just like the SERP itself has changed. Because if we Google all of these, it's not like there's another website like Get Invoice or Buy Invoice or something. It's just like the search results have all changed, and we only see like the official sites almost exclusively now for all of these. So Rux USA returns, do not pay.com. Here's one, but yeah, the Swift Index guide. Okay, let's sort this result by volume to see which ones are the most common ones. So like you had what is, which is the sovereign wealth fund definition. I don't think these are really good because they try to rank like for everything, right? So the chances that you would actually get a good position and get a sale would be pretty low. So I don't think this programmatic SEO strategy did you any favors anyway. So I don't think it's worth it, like CAC 40 or paper trading. You're not a paper trading site. So I don't think it would help you actually rank for this. So this was not the best idea. And that's what we also see. I mean, it's not going to be a penalty, I think. Most of your content was like risk overlay or return policy that was ranking. So like the what is programmatic SEO is really like AI spam. So that's not really helpful for Google to promote you. What Google does want to see, like we created the programmatic SEO
I
course,
think
which helps.
also a really important thing is if you scrape like that and create AI pages, a lot of them have duplicate content. It's like if you create 700 pages, of which 70% is duplicated content because it's all the same on each page, just a few sentences different that are absolutely no value because it's just the usual same stuff copied 100 times on 1,000 pages. It's like that will not work well. You should focus on better content.
You like ship 10,000 pages in a weekend, and we explain in this system how you can do programmatic SEO properly. So in the course itself, we talk about like search intent and making like good pages and how you can actually rank well. So one of the most important ones is like your data sources. So you want to have like the data that nobody else has. So like you can use web scraping, you can use like external APIs, but you want to make sure that your content is like legit, right? Like you want to be unique. So you don't want to like use AI 100%. You want to actually have like legit content, like not just what is the sovereign wealth fund. That doesn't help anyone, and anyone can write this AI content really quickly. But what you want to have is like unique data that is only for you. For example, like generate invoice for Chanel or something, right? Or invoice for travel, or finding like past invoices. All of this is actually helpful. And if you have this data, for example, you created some magic, for example, of how to convert from one thing to the other. Or you have like specialized data based on all the content from competitors. For example, you can say like what one often thing is that can help. For example, we have like a Mercury payout, and we have something that is called like Macadelic Holdings, right? I don't really know what this is. It's one of these results, but maybe like a lot of people are looking for this, or they are looking for cold cider or something. That's also like something that I googled because I saw this in my payment in like Mercury and my invoices and my transactions, and I was figuring out like where is this payment from? Where is this payment from? How to easily identify the source of bank transactions or something, right? Or trace a payment. Well, my payment statement shows something like this: view transaction history. But I'm not, like it's hard to find an example, but maybe, for example, if CodeRabbit has a weird invoice name or something, that's information that only you would have because your tool would be able to match these two invoices a lot quicker. Or like how to find the invoice for, let me check some of this keyword data instead. Find invoice for and then see what we have. So how to find the invoice price for a car, for a new car, we're gonna invoice for NVC, invoice template for invoice, best invoice app, create an invoice for free. I would focus like a lot more on invoices than anything else, because that's like what your app is about.
As you can see, the main thing he's going through right now is, as usual, it's more about the intent of the people, of the users searching, and what are the keywords and what are things that might be good for you to be ranking well, so that you get good customers, you get people who would transform into your customers. It doesn't matter if you rank well if it's a wrong word that have nothing to do with what you're offering or what the company does. It doesn't have that invoice company if they are ranking number one for dog treatment. Like, it's just the overlap of people who want a software that does invoicing for them, and people who are right now looking for dog treatment. There's just, the overlap is so small.
Receipt, what is this? Payment, access social security payment, payment, oh, ACH payment, SSA payment. Google invoice payment, how to make an invoice template. Yeah, it's hard to find a good example here, but I hope you understand a bit more of what I mean. But maybe we can take a look based on your data, like what unique data does getinvoice.com have that nobody else has, that you could make a better website with, for example.
Again, really important. That's why also data gathering is important. So, as he says, what is the unique thing you've got? The unique stuff that you have that you can use for content. Use your data. That's also why it's important to try to save as much data of your stuff as possible, because you can reuse it for many things, especially content.
One of these tools, explanations, maybe invoice extraction logic or PDF receipt logic. And I would think you also have a good strategy for using like tools. For example, QuickBooks to Google Sheets would be a really good one, because you can connect these sites forward to anywhere. For example, maybe a lot of people are looking QuickBooks to Excel, and we see that yes, this result does help. So you could have like a website, like programmatic SEO of how you would go from one tool to the other one. And so these would be really nice landing pages that you could focus on. So a lot of this programmatic SEO content is a lot better. I wouldn't focus on like quick results, right? That are like crap, like what is or return policy. That doesn't help you as much. Or like currency converters, bank statement converters, like PDF to CSV. Like if you could build this tool, it has a lot of traffic. Like potentially it has about 23,000 traffic. So you would build a converter. So you upload a file and then get the result on the other side. So these are like called free tool SEO strategies. Like a free invoice generator, you already have one, but just try to make more of these tools for all kinds of parts of your app that you could kind of automate. So that would be a really good strategy. So if we look at Samsara, they have like a bunch of converters, Word to JPEG, PDF to JPEG, and so on. So you could ship a lot of these very quickly with AI potentially.
Also, regarding that, there's an interesting part. Recently, a study came out, research about how Google AI overview and ChatGPT give different results. It's like in ChatGPT, it's more of a coaching, of a coach approach, where it says, "Hey, here's the stuff you need to do that stuff." While Google is more in the, "Hey, here are information so you can learn about it." So in Google AI overview, you will get more information about how does it work. Here's Stack Overflow. Here are other information hubs for you to read into the topic. While ChatGPT seems to link more likely into tools where it says, "Hey, how to convert CSV to PDF or vice versa," and it says, "Hey, here are 3 tools and 3 links that do that, period." So that's also important to know. You can rank very well in AI chat tools with tools.
Invoice for Amazon Prime. Okay, so that's what Google gave us as an example. Where to get Amazon Prime bill invoice. So this could be a decent programmatic SEO strategy, I think. Print an invoice, where to get Amazon Prime bill. Let me check on this. So Amazon price receipt, a lot of people look for this. Amazon Prime lookup, receipt lookup. So people do have some search volume for this. So this is interesting for people. So like just cash out, Spark Receipt. Let's look at their SEO, how they're doing. So sparkreceipt.com has an Amazon receipt, print receipt from Amazon mobile app, receipt scanners, Apple Store receipt, Starbucks receipt lookup, OAI replace accountants, good blog post, receipt organizer, how to get Uber receipt to Excel, also part of that convert from X to Y, our receipt scanning app safe, how to scan a receipt, QuickBooks integration, Zoho, digital receipt, and so on. So for this, just walk out. It just talks about the technology. So how to get billing statement from Amazon. Let's look at this. Who is ranking for this? It's also Amazon, as we saw like that earlier thing that happened where a lot of the competitors sites stopped getting ranked and like more of the legit sites started showing up. But we see that Payoneer somehow is ranking for it. So let's take a look at their SEO. It's not great actually. Like Payoneer scams. It's mostly like from their own site as well. Okay, let's take a look further at donotpay.com. Adam and Eve, how to cancel an order. Walgreens cashback. It's like how to cancel orders and return policies. Maybe it can help, but I don't think like Get Invoice is uniquely good for this, and I wouldn't focus on that, especially also brand policies. I mean, it's nice, but is that really like your target audience? People here seem to be more like founders, right, or accountants or SaaS owners, or they don't care about the Chanel return policy or like Nordstrom return policy because they definitely know it's for business, right? So it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't even matter that you lost the rankings here, I think. So topbubbleindex.com. So they have a few similar ones. So in any case, I wouldn't worry about that loss for now. I mean, the shipping here also. I would be fine starting like from scratch. So let's just focus on what we have right now instead of looking at like things that could be different. But I think it's fine to start again. Like maybe what you can do is like instead of ranking for www, just change it to your root homepage as an initial start. Make sure that you have correctly de-index everything else, and then focus on your homepage only. So like how can we rank your homepage as the initial part? For example, get invoice. We see that there's a few competitors here, and we can then look at the keyword analyzer and linkdr.com. You go here on linkdr.com/keyword, and this starts our Blitz SEO process. So getinvoice.com, free online invoicing software. I get my invoices. I use the invoice generator. So Get Invoice is probably like a really good one for you, but we need to also figure out like what is the actual, what is the actual keyword here that you want to focus on. Let me try to figure that out quick. Best keyword for this site by using some AI tools. Because I only have a few minutes left because I have to go to travel since it's Sunday. But here on linkdr.com we see that we have Get Invoice, and I made a useful tool actually to see all of the results here. So we have get-invoice.com. You're currently not ranking here at all. So we want to make sure that you are able to rank here. So that would be the first number one keyword to focus on. It's actually low competition. It has 70 volume, and you can uniquely rank for this because you have like that good domain rating, and you're sometimes ranking for it right now. Like here in Ahrefs says you're position 59, and the domain rating, the keyword difficulty is actually quite high. So let's just focus on one thing right now and ignore like the quick win programmatic SEO strategy that you did before. I don't think you have to worry about it. And since you're still ranking, at least for your homepage, because all the other pages are gone, you don't have to worry about the penalty, Google penalty. I don't think it's like a thing, like the thing that you have to focus on. Like right now, like your domain rating is quite low. Google really wants those backlinks to be much higher. So if you can improve your results, for example, Get Invoice is a tool that extracts invoices and receipts from your sorry, actually I have to check what they say. Get invoice. So automated invoice management, invoice processing automation, email, invoice extractor. I'm just trying to find the best keyword for you. So let's do that right now. Copy these over. Online portal, automated invoice management, invoice extractor. Shit. Let's go back here. Add comments. Comma invoice extractor, receipt extractor, email invoice extraction, extract invoice, Invoices for tax season, save time on invoices, time-saving invoice tool. That's kind of sucks. Automated invoice collection. And let's see if there's any keyword volume here. And for these ones, no. The top one that we found is invoice processing automation, automated invoice management, AI invoice processing. So that's how you would change getinvoice.com on your title. So automated AI invoice and receipt management software. It's quite good, but it's a little bit long. Right now, title is up, but it's too long. 65 guys, fix it. So let's see what Google AI Studio says. Your description is quite good. Everything else on the site is decent. Here, it's important that your canonical URL is the same one as your www. So you had it wrong in the past. But let's switch from www to just the root one. That will be better. Maybe if you're using it for Vercel, it tells you like you should use the www, but that's not true. I just changed it to the root one. It's better. So here we see that the option that AI Studio tells us is open result one. Option one, get invoice, AI invoice and receipt automation software. Could be good. And this matches AI invoice processing a little bit, automated invoice and receipt management, invoice processing automation. Let me pick some of these results. AI invoice, AI invoice, receipt automation. So AI invoice, okay-ish, automated invoice, AI powered invoice receipt solution, AI invoice and receipt automation software. So use some of these variations to make your title shorter. And then let's, for example, add one more thing here on the invoice processing automation.
I've got to say, I was expecting a bit different things, like more analysis, more tips. I understand, yeah, okay, cool. He's doing the basic keyword research, checking out what can be done. I had hoped that this video would show more about the penalties, the issues, how to check those up, how to repair your domain again, how to set it up so that the bad stuff is gone, how to send Google the signals to reindex, to repair your page, to accept and trust your page again, and so on. I think that's completely missing from this video. It seems more like a little bit of a consulting session.
What you want to do and what linkdr.com does,
but it just
like find these people that you can email. So here you tell them like, hey, by the way, we created getinvoice.com. You can use our tool. Here's like a payment or like an affiliate program that you can join. You found the email. It's peter@rosam.ai. Our AI tool actually scrapes all of these websites that we found here and tells you how to contact them. So Concur, Gartner, Hard to Rank, NetSuite, a little bit hard to rank. So it's very competitive actually, because also Brex is here, DocuWare.com, Tungsten. But it may be like you have some chance of by creating like a Reddit or a LinkedIn article and trying to get listed there. For example, here you can create a LinkedIn post. Like anyone can make this, and it's also showing up in the SERP. The way that you do this is like you open LinkedIn, you press write article, and then you write the article. On medium.com, you can do something similar. You just you make an account and you press write, and then you can get listed here on Reddit. If you see this result, you can just write an answer to that question and promote your tool. So that would help you get listed on position 15 or so. But the best one that we see here is Rossum. So definitely email them and ask if you can be included in their backlink stuff. For getinvoice.com, you have the Get Invoice, and they use free online invoicing software, which could also potentially help you if you change your title here. But the other results are really like invoice generators. I would try to make a tool definitely that has like this invoice generator template, because all of the results have this. It looks like this. So you make a subpage invoice generator and use the same like local SEO strategy that we see here, like a free online invoice generator. You press a button and it creates one. All of the results for Get Invoice do this. So that's like the Blitz SEO in a nutshell. You look at what else everyone is ranking for, and then you make this page, and then in a week or so you see if you are ranking here or not, and then you adjust your strategy again. But these are the two ideas that I would have right now for your tool. And also, of course, keep getting more backlinks. The Verge one is really good. But I wouldn't worry so much about like the de-ranking that you noticed. It makes sense because your site has nothing to do with like what is Nigeria's currency. It doesn't even make sense. You're not going to rank for this unless you have this unique perspective or data that nobody else has. That's like the uniqueness of Pragmatic SEO. If you don't have this, I wouldn't start it. I hope this helps. If you have any questions, let me know. I'll be happy to respond.
Okay. Well, getinvoice.com SEO fix from penalty panic to from Iliasism. I will leave the link to the video below. I was not that touched by this video now. I've got to admit, yeah, it's good. Basic practices, of course. Checking keyword, checking the competition, seeing what they do, how they rank, why it works, and then copying it to make it better. I was hoping more. Let me say it like that. I have learned nothing of this video that I didn't already know. I hope all of you also already know that stuff. If not, leave a comment. I can go much more in depth for this SEO analysis and what to do. If you want, we can do these kind of videos. Man, kind of shame. Kind of really, really bit of a shame. I was hoping to find more insights on the specific stuff. Well, but that's it. As usual, I go through all kind of stuff. Sometimes stuff won't be a diamond, sadly. With that, I hope you like what I do. I go through articles, news, trends, studies, papers, research, and all of different kind of stuff in the broad field of marketing. If you like what I do and if you want to support the channel, please consider leaving a like, subscribing to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks for you, but it helps the channel a lot. And with that, I'm going to jump right up to the next. So let's get started today with the first article. Who is laughing now? Let's stop the decline of humor in advertising. Okay, cool. Written by Kantar. No, by Polly Wynne Jones, Global Knowledge Director and Creative and Media. Okay. Get in touch. Well, first, let's see. I hope you can. Well, I think that's again likely enough for today. It's over 5 hours of stream today. I've got to do some more work, but I feel like now is the time to do a little break with the stream. As usual, I appreciate you all being here, being part of the game. Thank you all for the follows. Thank you all for the other stuff that you do. Okay, I thought a few hairs were standing away. So, I'm a bit tired now. But it worked well, and we're looking forward to tomorrow, most likely. Will be the next session. And with that, I wish you all, as usual, if you like what I do, consider subscribing to the channel, following me. I would appreciate it very, very much. And I wish you all the very, very best. Until next time. Bye.